What if your greatest ambition demanded the ultimate sacrifice, your very humanity? Picture this, a scrawny warrior with dreams bigger than the mountains he scales, whose heart beats like thunder in his chest. Bellerophon stands at the precipice of the impossible, a man whose aspirations stretch skyward, clawing at the heavens like a desperate child reaching for the last cookie jar. But ambition drips with blood, and the price of divinity is a heavy toll. Pegasus, the legendary winged horse, the embodiment of grace and fury, doesn't just soar through the clouds, he's a tempest, an untamed spirit waiting for a master, a reluctant partner on this wild ride into madness. Together, they're inseparable, an electrifying duo spiraling toward a destiny that could forge a new pantheon or spell doom for both. Every leap into the sky is a gamble, a high-stakes poker game with the gods themselves. A crooked smile tugging at Bellerophon's lips masks the terror raging within. Will he emerge a hero or fall prey to the very monsters he seeks to rip from the sky? The whispers in the shadows grow louder. Legends tell of deities who remain unmoved by mortal struggles, their laughter echoing through the ages, mocking the fragile ambitions of mere mortals. Bellerophon is a fool. Or is he? What drives a man to challenge the immutable? To set his sights on Olympus, knowing that every step could lead him toward glory or the abyss. As he mounts Pegasus, the wind howls with the agony of lost souls. There's no turning back now. The world below shrinks, the mundane becomes a blur, and the divine beckons with an allure as intoxicating as ambrosia. But the skies are treacherous. Other forces stir, conspiracies weave tighter, and amidst the chaos, the line between ally and enemy blurs like the horizon before a storm. What if the gods aren't the only ones holding secrets? What if Bellerophon's past harbors shadows darker than the night, secrets that could unravel the very fabric of his quest? He may be the hero of this tale, but every hero carries a burden, a hidden truth that festers like a wound. Each flap of Pegasus's wings beats like a war drum, echoing the distant call of fate, a call that could lead to godhood or death. And as they spiral toward their destiny, the question lingers, can a mere mortal wield the strength of the divine without losing his soul? When the fabric of reality itself trembles beneath their ascent, Bellerophon and Pegasus must confront their demons, both within and without. For in the realm of gods and monsters, the line separating glory from annihilation is razor thin, and one misstep could plunge them into chaos. So, are you ready to dance with the divine? Because once you step into this world, there's no escaping the intoxicating thrill of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless quest for immortality. The clock is ticking, and destiny waits for no one. The truth is out there, lurking in the shadows, and it's calling your name. The night was a fabric of shadows, thick and suffocating, every heartbeat echoing like the toll of a distant bell. In the dim light of a flickering fire, the air was heavy with fear, the scent of charred wood blending with the musk of sweat and desperation. I crouched low, pressed against the earth, heart racing, each pulse a reminder of what was at stake, a life hanging by a thread, mine teetering on the edge of a chasm filled with dread. I remember the rustle of leaves, the sound of an approaching storm, not the kind that drenches the earth, but one that tears at the very soul. I could see him, the boy with haunted eyes, his name whispered like an incantation in the dark, Bellerophon. His presence was magnetic, a spark in the shadowed night, drawing me in even as I knew it was dangerous. He clutched a tattered cloth, a relic of hope that might as well have been a noose around his neck. I could taste his fear, raw and bitter, like the remnants of burnt offerings. "Are you ready?" I dared ask, my voice shaky, laced with trepidation. It felt absurd, like asking a bird if it was prepared to leap from the branch. His response was a nod, shaky but resolute, a flicker of defiance against the unseen horrors lurking beyond the trees. I remember thinking that courage and despair often wore the same mask, staring into the abyss from a distance, daring it to recoil. In that moment, I felt the weight of his destiny pressing down on us, a fate woven into the very fabric of the universe. A boy, just a boy, but the world was a cruel puppeteer pulling at his strings, whispering tales of glory and blood. I imagined the legends that would be crafted of him, but standing there, I could see only the trembling shadows of his youth. And then there was the girl, the one who lurked in the corners of his mind, a spectre haunting his every thought. I caught her name on the wind, delicate like a butterfly's wing, Anaximene. Her image was etched in his heart, an echo of laughter that shimmered like moonlight on dark waters. She was the light in his storm, yet fate, as it often does, had twisted their paths into a cruel tangle. I could see her smile, bright and innocent, and it broke my heart to think of what lay ahead.
What if they find us?
Bellerophon's voice quaked, each syllable a plea, a fragile thread pulling at the seams of my resolve. I couldn't offer him false comforts, couldn't wrap him in assurances that felt as hollow as the rotting wood beneath us. They will, I replied, each word a stone dropped into the churning sea of uncertainty. But you can't let that stop you. He clenched his fists, and I imagined the strength he barely realized he possessed. The kind of strength that comes from knowing that you have nothing left to lose. The kind of strength that can birth legends. But in this moment, he was just a boy, wrestling with demons that were as much a part of him as the blood coursing through his veins. The silence that enveloped us was pregnant with the promise of chaos. A sudden rustle broke through the stillness, a sound like a breath drawn sharply in the night, and we froze, adrenaline surging, clawing at our throats. My gaze flicked to the trees, shadows dancing as if mocking our fear. Every whisper of wind carried messages of doom, every crackle of the fire a countdown to the inevitable. I remember the stories, the ones told in hushed tones by the firelight, of heroes forged in the crucible of fear. But standing there, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath me, I wondered how many were mere tales woven from the threads of despair.
Would Bellerophon become one of those heroes?
Or would he be yet another victim, lost to the relentless march of fate? Do you ever wonder, he murmured, voice barely above a whisper, if we're just pawns in someone else's game? His eyes searched mine, desperate for answers that neither of us could provide. I wanted to tell him that we were masters of our own fate, but I knew the truth. We were all just pieces on a board, moved by hands we could not see, by gods or monsters, destiny or chance. And then the scream shattered the night, a raw, primal sound that cut through us like a blade. It was a harbinger of doom, echoing in our bones, striking terror into our hearts. I could see Bellerophon's resolve falter, the flicker of doubt in his eyes.
Was he ready for this?
Was he prepared to embrace the darkness that lay ahead, to become the hero the world demanded, or would he cower beneath the weight of expectation? Run, I urged, my voice a fierce whisper, propelling us forward. The world around us blurred, a cacophony of shadows and fleeting images. I could feel the fire of determination igniting within him as we darted through the thicket, every heartbeat a drum, every breath a prayer. The scent of earth and fear mingled, thick and suffocating, yet exhilarating. As we plunged into the unknown, I felt a shift, a convergence of fate and choice, as if the universe had held its breath, waiting to see what would become of us. The darkness was alive, pulsating with the echoes of our fears and dreams. I remember thinking that every hero must first confront their own nightmares. Bellerophon was not just a boy in that moment, he was a crucible of possibilities, a vessel for dreams unfulfilled. I believed, even amid the chaos, that he would rise. That in the crucible of this very night, something incredible would be forged. Shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of what was yet to come. But we weren't done running yet, the night was still young, still hungry for our stories. And with every step, the tension wound tighter, pulling us into the heart of the storm, beckoning us to confront the truth of who we were destined to become. The air crackles with tension, an electric hum that prickles against the skin. Shadows dance in the flickering torchlight, twisting and warping as if the very walls of Corinth are alive, hungry for the secrets they shelter. In the distance, the clang of metal on metal rings out, a haunting symphony of desperation and defiance. I stand in the heart of it all, breathless, as if the very essence of this ancient city is weaving through my veins, binding me to its legacy, its pain. I remember the first time I felt it, the weight of 1,000 sins laid upon the cobblestones, a burden I can't shake. I was young then, naive, believing in the glory of heroes, in the tales that twisted through the taverns like smoke from a dying fire. I remember the laughter, the warmth of shared dreams, how we thought ourselves invincible, even as the spectre of fate loomed over us. Myra stands there, in the center of the chaos, her fists clenched, every muscle coiled tight. Her dark hair, wild and unkempt, moves like a living thing as she scans the horizon, searching for hope amid the encroaching darkness. No. You don't get to take him. The scream tears from her throat, raw and ragged, a mother's howl against the inevitable. I feel her pain like a knife through flesh, a reminder of my own failures, my own ghosts that whisper in the dead of night. Her son, little N, caught in the web of this cursed city, is the light of her life and the reason for her fight. I see him, a small boy with wide-eyed wonder, innocence draped around him like a fragile cloak. It's slipping through her fingers like the sand in an hourglass. Time won't wait, and neither will the shadows that gather at the edges of our souls, waiting to snatch away what little joy we cling to. And then there's Marcus, his heart a battlefield, torn between loyalty and survival. He stands at the periphery, a soldier haunted by his choices, by the blood that stains his hands and the faces of those he left behind. Myra, he calls out, desperation spilling from his lips. We can't fight them. They're too many. But she won't hear him. She can't. Love has a way of blinding us, of anchoring hope to a sinking ship. I remember when I felt that too, when love was a fire that burned brightly, even in the pitch of night, when the world seemed to conspire against us. Those days are long gone, replaced by shadows that crawl through the cracks of memory, whispering dark truths. The air thickens with the scent of fear. The ground trembles as the soldiers approach, their footsteps a drumbeat of impending doom. Myra's eyes blaze with a fierce resolve, but I see the flicker of doubt beneath the surface, a tiny crack in her armor. I won't lose him, she whispers to herself, a mantra repeated, a fragile hope clutched like a lifeline. I remember days spent wandering the ruins of the past, long before this darkness settled over Corinth. I would trace my fingers over the cool stone, feeling the echoes of lives once lived, dreams once dreamt. The ghosts of history linger here, in the whispers of the wind, in the agonizing silence that follows each clash of steel. I felt their stories wrap around me, pulling me deeper into the web of their untold struggles. Myra! Marcus steps into her line of sight, his face etched with anguish. Please, let's think this through. We can find another way. His voice trembles, teetering precariously between hope and despair. She turns, and for a fleeting moment, I catch a glimpse of the girl she once was, unbroken, unyielding in her belief that love conquers all. But this is not a fairy tale. The ground is stained with the weight of reality, a relentless tide that rises, threatening to drown them both. Time is a cruel master, and I can feel it tick-tocking away, each second a reminder of the choices that led us here, of the things left unsaid and undone. Every legend has a price, I whisper, knowing full well the truth of it. In the shadows, the echoes of the city's past rise up, a chorus of whispers, a heartbeat of sorrow. The stories weave together in a tapestry of fate, each thread a testament to resilience, yet each reminder of loss. Myra's defiance ignites the air around her, a flame flickering against the encroaching night. Not today, she growls, voice steady, yet I can see the tremor in her hands. She's a warrior, yes, but even warriors break. Not while I draw breath. A battle cry erupts from behind the shadows, and the soldiers surge forward, a tide of darkness threatening to engulf everything she holds dear. I feel the panic that rises in my chest, clawing at my throat, a beast that refuses to be tamed. Myra! Marcus lunges forward, his heart racing, but a single glance at her fierce determination roots him to the spot, the weight of his choices hanging heavy in the air. He sees it, the sacrifice, the inevitability, but can he still turn back? The chaos unfurls like a storm, each clash of swords and anguished cry blending into a haunting melody that reverberates through the city, through time itself. The legacy of Corinth is woven into their struggles, a tapestry of legend and heartache, of triumph and tragedy. And just like that, the air grows thick, oppressive, as if the very cosmos holds its breath, waiting for the moment to shatter and spill sorrow across the cobblestones. And in this moment, this fleeting breath caught between hope and despair, I know this is only the beginning. The battle may rage on, but so will the stories of their hearts, pulsing with the rhythm of life, echoing long after the dust has settled. I will carry this weight, this sorrow, this unyielding hope, onward into the shadows, forever intertwined with the legacy of the Corinthian city. A legend is born in the fires of conflict, and as the final echoes of the clash ring in my ears, I realize this story has no end. It stretches across time, weaving through the very fabric of existence, an echo in the night, a whisper of what once was and what could be. The moon hung low in the sky, a pale spectre peering through the cracked window of a dilapidated chamber, casting ghostly shadows across the stone walls. I could hear the sound of my heart pounding, each thump a morbid reminder of the night ahead. "It's time, Glaucus," a voice whispered, thin and sharp as a blade. The words sliced through the silence. I turned to see my brother, Lycaon, his face a mask of desperation and dread. His hands trembled, the torchlight flickering madly, reflecting the chaos that brewed within his chest. I remember the first time I saw the Bloodline's curse manifest, a night not unlike this one, where shadows danced with wicked glee and laughter echoed like a forgotten memory. I was a child then, innocent and naive, blissfully unaware of the dark legacy that bound us. But that night, the scent of earth and decay filled my nostrils, mingling with the tang of fear. "The blood will come for us," Lycaon had said, his voice tinged with a gravity that made my stomach churn. I remember struggling against the suffocating weight of his words, how they pressed down on me like a heavy shroud. But tonight was different. Tonight, the curse was no longer a distant echo, it was here, looming like a wolf ready to pounce, each second dragging me closer to the edge of the abyss. I could feel the cold sweat trickle down my back as I glanced at my brother, whose eyes mirrored my own terror, dark pools of uncertainty reflecting the stars above, stars that felt more like prison bars than celestial wonders. "Are you ready?" Lycaon asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken the demons that lurked just beyond the door. I could see the fight inside him, a tempest of fear and loyalty, the kind of struggle that gnaws at the edges of a soul. "We can still turn back," he said, but we both knew that retreat was a luxury we could not afford. With a shake of my head, I gripped his arm, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine, a fleeting reminder of the brotherhood that linked us despite the cursed blood that coursed through our veins. "I will not let it take you," I vowed, my heart swelling with a fierce protectiveness. But beneath that bravado lurked a gnawing doubt, the spectre of our lineage whispering insidious secrets. Blood will always call to blood, and the shadows we run from are often the very ones that define us. We stepped into the hall, the air thick with the weight of our forebears' sins. The flickering torchlight revealed portraits of our ancestors, their eyes like darkened wells, witnessing the unraveling of time. I shuddered, their gazes piercing through me, as if daring me to confront the truth of our lineage, a truth draped in blood and betrayal, echoing the pain of countless generations. They bathed once a year, I thought, a morbid chuckle escaping my lips, so yeah, romance was earthy. Lycaon shot me a look, confusion and fear mingling in his eyes. "Now's not the time," he hissed, but the absurdity brought a brief flicker of light to the oppressive darkness. In this moment, I realized that even in despair, humor could be a lifeline, a fragile thread that linked the present to the weight of history. Then came the sound, a low, guttural growl, a noise that crawled under my skin and sent icy dread spiraling into my gut. It was the curse. It was alive, hungry, waiting to feast on our fear. I could see it in the way Lycaon's fingers clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, as if the weapon could shield us from the ancestral horrors that had plagued our family for centuries. "The time has come," I whispered, my voice quaking, as the walls around us seemed to pulse, each heartbeat a reminder of the blood that bound us. "Do you remember the legends?" Lycaon asked, voice trembling. "What they said about our family? How love leads to betrayal?" His eyes were wide, reflecting the glint of the torch, the shadows curling menacingly at their edges. I nodded, but the words felt like stones in my mouth, heavy and cumbersome, legends of sacrifice, of brothers turned against one another, of love twisted into a weapon sharp enough to cut the bond of blood. Yet somewhere deep within me, where the darkness crept, I felt the flicker of something else, hope, perhaps. The thought slipped through the cracks like a ghost, barely there but undeniable. "We can break it," I said fiercely, though doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. "We can defy it." But a voice inside me whispered back, reminding me that defying fate often led to ruin. "Then we fight." Lycaon's voice was steadier now, a rallying cry against the impending storm. "Together! Together!" It was both an anchor and a weight. Would it be enough? I could feel the tremors of the curse ripple through the air, a palpable force that threatened to engulf us. I remember, I murmured, my voice trailing into the darkness, memories of laughter and warmth mingling with dread, the warmth of a family bound by blood, torn apart by the very thing that connected us. Shadows flickered, and the growl grew louder, an ominous chant rising from the depths of the corridors. There was no more time. We face it now, I declared, and as we stepped toward the source of the growl, I could feel the weight of the curse pressing down, wrapping around us like a shroud, tightening with every breath. And in that final moment, I understood. We were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were, a legacy stained by blood but not entirely lost. The wall seemed to close in, the shadows swirling like a tempest, and as the creature emerged from the depths, I knew it was not just the curse we faced but the darkness within ourselves, the terrifying beauty of our bloodline's tragedy ready to unfold in all its raw, spine-chilling intensity. With a final breath, we advanced, the weight of destiny on our shoulders, the echoes of our past singing a haunting lullaby that would intertwine with our future in ways we could not yet comprehend. The curse beckoned, and we stepped into the abyss, hand in hand, hearts racing, ready to confront the horror that awaited. The darkened courtyard echoed with the heavy clang of iron against iron, the sound sharp enough to slice through the thick midnight air. Bellerophon stood there, a titan cloaked in a shroud of doubt, his breath hitching in his throat like a trapped bird. The moon hung low, a silent witness to his turmoil, casting shadows that danced mockingly at his feet. He could taste the metal on his tongue, a bitter reminder of the blade clutched tightly in his hand, the very instrument that would carve his fate. I remember the promise, he whispered, though the words felt like a taunt rather than a vow. Each syllable clawed at something deep within him, a hunger for glory that gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. It was a thirst that drew him to the edge of madness. He had envisioned it, the shimmer of victory, the adoration of the crowds, the taste of fame like ambrosia on his lips. But in that moment, the reality was a shroud of uncertainty wrapping around him tighter than a noose. Nearby, the shadows shifted, revealing Asteria, a flickering flame of resilience against the dark. Her eyes, fierce as a storm, searched his face, trying to pierce through the veil of his resolve. "You cannot do this alone, Bellerophon. You're walking into the jaws of death." Her voice trembled, a sharp contrast to the fire in her gaze. She was a tempest, both beautiful and chaotic, a reminder of what he stood to lose, a love that felt like a sunbeam breaking through the clouds of his obsession. "I have to," he shot back, anger spilling from him like blood from a fresh wound. "You don't understand. This is what I was meant for. This is my dream." His dream, a word that echoed like a haunting melody, filling the cracks in his soul but also deepening the chasm between them. Asteria's face paled, her vulnerability exposed, as if his fervor had stripped her of armor. "Your dream," she spat, the words biting like ice. "Or the dream of a fool. Do you think the stories of heroes are woven from nothing but courage? They are soaked in blood, Bellerophon. They are built on the bones of the fallen." Her voice broke, and he could hear the weight of her fears, those ghosts that haunted her at night. She was the tether that held him to reality, yet he felt the pull of ambition dragging him away, deeper into the abyss. And there, in that twilight zone of emotions, stood Theron, a specter of doubt lurking in the shadows, nursing a wound that refused to heal. He had once been Bellerophon's closest ally, but somewhere along the path, ambition had twisted their bond into something grotesque. "You think you can tame a monster, don't you?" Theron's voice was gravelly, a reminder of the friendship sacrificed on the altar of glory. "You think you can ride Pegasus into the heavens and become a god, while the world crumbles below? I will not let fear dictate my future." Bellerophon roared, but the words felt hollow, reverberating into the void without finding a true anchor. He turned to see Asteria's face flicker with an emotion he couldn't decipher. Was it disappointment? Or was it something more profound, like the dawning recognition of the man he had become, blinded by ambition? "Your quest is a folly, Bellerophon," Theron continued, his eyes darkening with unspoken grief. "You seek glory but forget the cost. Do you know what death looks like? What it feels like to watch everything you love burn?" The reminder hit Bellerophon like a punch, and he staggered back, guilt clawing at his heart. He saw it then, the faces of those lost in his reckless pursuit, their shades rising like smoke in the night, swirling around him, suffocating. But ambition, like a relentless tide, crashed against the shores of his conscience. "I remember the stories," he murmured, as if allowing the past to wash over him. "The tales of heroes, of battles fought and won, of monsters slain and legends born. I remember the dreams that kept me awake, the visions of what I could achieve." Asteria stepped closer, her voice barely a breath. "What if you fail? What if you become the very monster you seek to conquer?" Her eyes were pools of doubt, and he could almost see the reflection of his own fears swimming in their depths. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the world falling away until it was just them, suspended between ambition and love, between destiny and despair. The clock ticked ominously, each second stretching into eternity, a reminder that the moment of choice loomed like a shadow behind him. "I can't go back, Asteria. I can't turn around now," he said, his voice cracking under the weight of the truth. "What would I be without this dream?" And for a heartbeat, the air thickened with the gravity of his realization. He had woven his identity into the very fabric of the ambition he chased. Without it, he felt like a ghost, drifting through a world that no longer recognized him. But as the silence wrapped around them, Bellerophon felt the pulse of something deeper, an understanding flickering in Asteria's eyes. In that unspoken moment, they were both lost and found, he, in his quest for glory, and she, in the desire to save him from himself. The tension hung heavy, a taut string ready to snap, and with every heartbeat, they were drawn closer to the precipice of their confrontation. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying with them whispers of fate, echoes of their destinies intertwined in an intricate dance. Bellerophon felt the pull of the dream surge within him, a tempest of desire and dread. And as he stood at the crossroads of ambition and love, the night stretched before him, infinite and dark, a canvas waiting for the brush of destiny to paint his final stroke. Would he soar into the heavens or crash into the abyss? In the raw silence, he heard the clock ticking once more, a relentless reminder that the moment of choice was upon him, the vision of his dream pressing down like a weight upon his heart. And as he took a step forward, into the unknown, he felt the tremors of fate shift around him, the air thick with the promise of either glory or ruin, and the journey was far from over. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a sudden storm, the kind that sends shivers down the spine and chills the bones. Bellerophon stood frozen, his heart thundering in his chest like a war drum, the shadows flickering around him, whispering secrets of doom. He could feel it, the presence of the gods, heavy and watchful, an impending judgment looming like a storm cloud over his head. The weight of their gaze pressed against him, an unbearable pressure that threatened to crush him to dust. Memories spiraled unbidden, those haunting echoes of a past life now laced with desperation. I remember the first time I saw the winged horse, the shimmering silver blue of its coat catching the light just before sunset. It was ethereal, a creature born of dreams and nightmares, and in that moment, I thought I could touch the heavens. But the gods are cruel jesters, laughing at the folly of men. They give, yes, but they take with equal fervor, ripping joy from the seams of one's heart and leaving only jagged remains. Bellerophon glanced sideways, searching for the familiar face of his companion, a friend who had stood beside him through countless battles. But there was only the emptiness of the night, a void where laughter once echoed. The absence clawed at him, a raw, aching reminder that he was so utterly alone, the echoes of his past companions haunting him like ghosts. His heart clenched, he'd seen too many friends fall, and the memory of them grew heavier with every passing hour. The gods had intervened before, and he could feel them closing in again, their divine fingers tightening around his throat. And then there was her, Philino, the fierce and unyielding flame that flickered in his mind. He remembered her laughter, sweet and wild, weaving through the air like music. She was a warrior in her own right, fiercely independent, but even the strongest souls can shatter. Their last encounter had been riddled with unspoken words and unshed tears, an unbearable tension that hung heavy between them. I remember her eyes, dark pools of defiance, challenging the very heavens to break her spirit. I remember the way she stood before me, unafraid, but even the bravest can tremble beneath the weight of the god's wrath. The night deepened, shadows gathering like vultures poised over a carcass. Bellerophon could hear whispers, voices drifting on the wind, mocking his plight. "Fool," they seemed to chant, "you think you can conquer the skies. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Oh, he was no fool, but perhaps he was a madman, chasing the impossible. He could feel the edges of sanity fraying, the line between hope and despair blurring into an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted nearby, illuminating the darkness in a blinding blaze, a divine intervention, unmistakable and terrifying. He squinted against the brilliance as the figure appeared, cloaked in an aura of golden light that felt both warm and searing. It was a goddess, her presence commanding and fierce, yet there was an undercurrent of despair in her eyes that mirrored his own. The moment was electric, the air crackling with the energy of the divine, and Bellerophon knew he was teetering on the edge of something monumental, a precipice that could plunge him into either salvation or eternal doom. Bellerophon, her voice rang like chimes in the wind, both soothing and violent. You seek glory, but at what cost? You court the fates, dancing with death, and yet you are blind to the consequences that follow. Every word pierced his heart like a dagger, twisted and raw. He knew he was standing on a tightrope, teetering dangerously close to the abyss. Do you wish to soar, or do you wish to fall? He opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat, tangled in a web of fear and longing. Did he dare to dream? To reach for the stars? Or was he destined to plummet, dragged down by the very aspirations that fueled him? The goddess's gaze bore into him, searching, seeking the truth buried beneath layers of doubt and resolve. He felt exposed, raw, stripped bare before the cosmos, where every flaw and scar was laid open for judgment. Yet, in that moment of vulnerability, something sparked deep within him, a flicker of defiance ignited by her challenge. I remember the way she fought, Philino, never backing down, a fire that burned brightly against the darkest nights. I want to fly, he finally shouted, his voice breaking the silence. I want to be more than a man. The goddess nodded slowly, a ghost of a smile curling her lips, but there was a shadow in her eyes, a warning, a flicker of doubt. Then prepare yourself, for the journey is fraught with peril, and the gods are not known for their kindness. Her words hung heavy in the air, a portent of the tempest to come. And then, as quickly as she had come, the goddess vanished, leaving behind only the smell of burning sage and the echo of her voice, still ringing in his ears. Bellerophon stood in the darkness, the weight of her words settling on his shoulders like a mantle. The night had grown colder, the shadows deeper, and the world around him felt alive, pulsing with the unyielding heartbeat of fate. He turned, desperation clawing at his insides as he sought Philino. He had to find her, to share this moment, this revelation born from the divine. But where was she? The shadows shifted, swirling into nightmarish shapes, and he felt the cold grip of fear tightening around his heart. Time slipped through his fingers as he raced through the desolate expanse, the promise of the gods lingering like a whisper in the wind. I remember the moment I realized the gods were watching, not with benevolence, but with the hungry eyes of predators. I remember the pain of knowing that every choice, every breath, could lead to my salvation or my undoing. And as the shadows grew thicker and the chill deepened, I knew one thing for certain: I was not done fighting. The gods had intervened, yes, but they had ignited something in me, a fire that would not be easily extinguished. As the night pressed on, the tension thickened, a taut string ready to snap, and in that heartbeat, I felt the weight of the world around me. I was no longer just Bellerophon, the man who sought glory. No, I was becoming something more, a vessel of fate, a warrior against the divine, and the battle was only just beginning. The town square was silent, an eerie hush swallowing the usual clamor of life. Shadows danced beneath the flickering street lamps, twisting like the secrets buried deep within the hearts of the townsfolk. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, staring at the gallows, the noose swaying gently in the chill of the night air. It was a reminder that even the brightest hero could become the darkest villain. I remember the smell of the damp earth, heavy with secrets. The crowd had gathered, faces painted with fear and anger, their whispers like daggers, sharp and unrelenting. They had once cheered for me, our Ilara, the defender, the shield against the darkness, but that was before the accusations began, before the betrayal seeped into our lives like poison in a well. Traitor, someone shouted, their voice slicing through the tension. I turned, seeking the source, and met the piercing gaze of my former friend, Lucan. His eyes were wild, but there was a flicker of pain behind the rage, a silent battle waging within him. I had once saved his life, pulled him from the brink of despair in a moment we both thought would bond us forever, but now, I was the marked one, the outcast. I could feel the weight of the townspeople's scorn pressing down on me, an invisible cloak of shame and fear. They no longer saw the hero who had fought for them, they saw a monster, a witch whispered to have summoned the darkness that now plagued our village. I didn't know how it had come to this, I was innocent, a victim of circumstances I could not control. I remember, I whispered to myself, the laughter, the trust, the way we used to sit by the fire and share dreams of brighter tomorrows. But those tomorrows felt stolen now, eclipsed by the shadows of doubt and distrust. I clenched my fists, the memories swirling around me like specters. Each one a reminder of what I had lost, of who I had been. And then there was Mara. My heart ached at the thought of her, the girl with the laughter that used to light up my darkest days. She stood on the outskirts of the crowd, her face pale, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. I longed to reach out to her, to tell her that I was still the same person, that I hadn't changed. But the walls around my heart felt insurmountable, forged by the betrayal of those I had once trusted. Why? I heard the whisper of her voice in the wind, a question that cut deep. It wasn't just a question directed at me, it was a plea for understanding, for clarity in a world turned upside down. I felt the weight of her gaze, a physical force that pushed me closer to the edge of despair. I remember the night the darkness came. It had crept in subtle, like a thief in the shadows, taking pieces of our reality until we barely recognized ourselves. People fell ill, crops withered, and the laughter that had once thrummed through our lives became a distant memory. I had fought to save them, wielding my sword against the creeping dread, but the more I fought, the more the tide turned against me. Lucan had turned first. The whispers started softly, like a gentle breeze, but soon they grew into a tempest, each word a stone hurled my way. Ilara must have done something to anger the spirits, he had said, his voice low but filled with conviction. And just like that, I had become the enemy in the eyes of those I loved, their fear morphing into hatred. I felt my heart racing, the pulse echoing in my ears like a war drum, beating a rhythm of despair. How had we come to this? The betrayal wrapped around me, squeezing tighter with every breath. I could feel the townsfolk's gaze boring into me, their judgment seeping into my bones, making me feel hollow. Listen to me, I shouted, my voice breaking into the night. I'm not the monster you think I am. But the words hung in the air, heavy and lifeless. The crowd remained unmoved, their faces set like stone, their hearts locked away. Mara took a step forward, her voice trembling. You were supposed to lead us, Ilara. You promised. A knife twisted in my gut at the accusation. Promises feel like ghosts, haunting me, whispering the truth I had tried to deny. I had promised to protect them, to fight the darkness that now threatened to consume everything I held dear. Instead, I had become a prisoner of their fear, trapped in a web of doubt and despair. I remember, I choked, tears streaming down my face as I stood among them, raw and exposed. I remember the day I vowed to protect you. I remember the bonds we forged in battle, the laughter shared over stolen moments. I remember, but my voice trailed off as I looked into their eyes, those eyes that had once held warmth and affection but now glimmered with disdain and suspicion. The truth hung between us like a spectre, a tangible thing that suffocated and shattered. The clock tower chimed ominously, the sound echoing through the square, a reminder that time was slipping away. Every toll a heartbeat lost, a piece of my identity sacrificed. I was no longer the hero of our story, I was the outcast, the one who would face judgment for a crime I did not commit. Mara stepped closer, her fear palpable, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope in her gaze. But it quickly faded, replaced by the reality of the moment. You need to leave, she whispered, her voice cracking like ice. Before they take you. And just like that, I felt the ground shift beneath me and a crack in the earth, a chasm opening up, threatening to swallow me whole. I was torn between the life I had known and the darkness that awaited me, banished from the very place I had fought so hard to protect. Run, I urged, my voice a desperate plea. Save yourself. But inside, I was screaming, clawing at the edges of my own reality. The world was closing in, shadows growing long and ominous, and the time for decisions was slipping away. With one last glance, filled with a myriad of emotions, she turned, leaving me standing alone in the gathering gloom. I could feel the weight of it all, the betrayal, the heartbreak, the irreversible fracture of trust. And in that moment, I understood that the banishment was not just from the town, it was a banishment from my own soul, a severing of the threads that had once woven me into the fabric of their lives. A single tear fell, carving a path down my cheek, and I felt the warmth of it, a reminder that I was still alive, still capable of feeling. But as I stood there, the echoes of their disdain swirling around me like a storm, I knew the night was far from over. The shadows would follow me, would haunt me, and the hero they once knew was lost, swallowed by the very darkness they feared most. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the narrow streets of the city. The shadows danced on the cobblestones, twisting and flickering, and I could almost hear the whispers of the ghosts who once roamed here. My heart raced, a wild drum in the chaos of the night, and I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on my shoulders like a shroud. Each step I took felt heavier, laden with the sins of those who came before me. I remember the taste of ash in my mouth, the smell of burnt dreams lingering in the air. "Don't look back." Lyra's voice shattered the silence, sharp and desperate. Her eyes were wide, reflecting a pain I had never seen before, a raw vulnerability that made my chest ache. We were caught in the clutches of the storm, and I could sense it in her every breath, the fear that twisted her insides like a serpent. I glanced at her, my heart clenching at the sight of her trembling fingers, clutching the hilt of her sword, a weapon that felt more like a burden now, more a reminder of our failures than a source of strength. "Where are we going?" I shouted above the wind. "Anywhere but here," she screamed, and in that moment, I saw her. Not just my sister, not just a warrior, but a shattered soul, piecing together the remnants of a shattered dream. She had lost so much, and somehow, I felt responsible. I had dragged her into this madness, and the weight of that truth twisted my gut until I could barely breathe. I stumbled, the cobblestones slipped beneath my feet. A memory floated to the surface, unbidden, a time when laughter echoed in these streets, the sun warmed our faces. Before we became ghosts ourselves. I remember us, I muttered, half to myself, half to Lyra. Running, laughing, without a care in the world. The flickering street lamps cast eerie shadows, and I could see the outlines of the figures stalking us, cloaked in darkness, devouring the light. They were relentless, more than mere shadows, they were the manifestations of our regrets, our fears, clawing hungrily at the edges of our consciousness. Would they ever let us go? Keep moving. They're close. I urged, my voice trembling, barely rising above the storm. Our footsteps echoed like war drums, a heartbeat racing toward an uncertain future, a cacophony of panic and desperate resolve fueling our flight. With every stride, I felt the weight of our choices, the decision to seek redemption, to push through the veil of despair that had settled over us like a thick fog. Lisha awaited, a distant glimmer of hope on the horizon, but the path was strewn with the bones of those who had tried before us. "Do you think we'll find it?" Lyra's voice broke through the chaos. "Redemption." I hesitated, weighing my words like stones in my palm. "I don't know. But we have to try. We have to believe it exists." But did I believe it? The truth clawed at my throat, a bitter taste of futility. I closed my eyes for a moment, focusing on the rhythm of my heart, the pulse of life. If we could just outrun the darkness, outrun our pasts, the shadows danced closer, and I could see their eyes glinting in the dark, hungry, relentless. A scream ripped through the wind, and my heart stuttered. "Run!" I shouted, but my legs felt like lead weights, as if the very ground conspired against us. "Don't leave me!" Lyra cried. The raw vulnerability in her voice struck me deeper than the cold steel of the shadows chasing us. I turned, and in that moment, I saw it, the flicker of hope buried beneath layers of fear and sorrow. "I won't," I promised, but the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of failing her again, terrified of the echoes of our past colliding with our present, of being swallowed by the very darkness we sought to escape. The city loomed around us like a prison, its walls steeped in secrets and betrayal. Each step felt like a descent into the depths of our own despair, but we couldn't stop now. Not when Lisha waited, not when redemption was just a heartbeat away. Do you remember? Lyra's voice trembled, drawing me from the abyss. The stories they told us? About the stars? How they guide lost souls home? I nodded, my breath hitching. I remembered the tales of travelers who followed the constellations, of brave souls who had turned their backs on darkness and emerged into the light. I remember, I whispered, the weight of the memories anchoring me, grounding me in the storm. The shadows were closing in, but I could feel the flicker of hope igniting within me. Look! I shouted, pointing toward the sky. A constellation, bright and unwavering, seemed to pierce through the storm clouds, a beacon guiding us forward. We find our way through the darkness, Lyra. We just have to trust. With renewed vigor, we sprinted forward, the wind whipping our hair back, the night alive with the promise of something more, a future, a chance, a glimmer of redemption in the chaos. The shadows writhed behind us, but as we moved, I felt something shift, something breaking free deep within my core. We were more than our pasts, more than the mistakes that clawed at our heels. There was light ahead, somewhere, waiting for us to reach out and grasp it, to pull it into our fractured hearts. Together? I shouted, grasping Lyra's hand. The strength in her grip was a lifeline, an unbreakable bond forged in the fire of our struggles. And as we plunged forward into the unknown, I knew that whatever awaited us in Lisha, we would face it together. The echoes of our past would not define us. We were warriors, flawed but resilient, caught in the storm yet yearning for the stars. The night draped itself over the village like a shroud, heavy and thick with the scent of impending doom. The stars, cold spectators of a tragedy unfolding below, flickered in a distant, unfeeling sky. I remember the gust that swept through the narrow alleyways, a cruel whisper warning of what was to come. It chilled me to the bone, carrying the echoes of a prophecy almost too terrible to bear. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, as shadows danced at the edge of the flickering torchlight. The weight of fear, sharp and unforgiving, clung to me like a second skin. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, their features obscured by a hood that seemed more like a void than fabric. "You seek the oracle," they rasped, voice cracked with the dust of ages. I felt the tremor of their words deep within my marrow, a jolt of electricity that made every hair on my body stand at attention. Around me, the world held its breath. In that moment, I thought of Iliana, the fierce warrior with a heart battered but unbroken. Memories crashed against my mind like waves, each one a reminder of her relentless spirit, her laughter that echoed like a battle cry in the stillness of our shared nights. But now, she was not here. She was lost somewhere in the chaos that had unfurled. I could feel her absence like a gaping wound. "Is it true?" I managed to choke out. "The prophecy." The figure nodded slowly, the shadows swirling around them as if alive. "The fate of a hero is written in blood," they intoned, each word a dagger that pierced through the veil of my denial. With every beat of my heart, a pulse of dread thrummed louder, drowning out the whispers of hope. The prophecy was not merely a warning, it was a noose tightening around my throat, binding me to a destiny I could hardly fathom. I turned, searching the darkness for her, my Iliana. It was more than love, it was a tangled mess of dreams and fears. I could almost hear her voice, fierce and defiant, "We'll face it together." But together felt like a distant memory. I was spiraling into an abyss. My fingers brushed against a cold stone wall, rough against my skin, grounding me in the moment. Yet, it also reminded me of the walls closing in. And then, like the first crack of thunder in an approaching storm, I saw him, Darius, the brooding scholar, lost in thought. Always lost. He carried the weight of his knowledge like a shackle, a burden he wore with both pride and despair. Darius, with his obsidian eyes that mirrored the void of countless stars, was wrestling with his demons. I could see it etched on his brow, the lines of worry that deepened with every passing hour. He could unravel the threads of fate, yet he was unable to weave them into a tapestry of hope. "Are you ready?" I asked, though I felt the words slip out like a whisper stolen by the wind. The question lingered, heavy between us. Ready? He laughed, a bitter sound that curled in the air like smoke. For what? For prophecy to play its cruel hand? For destinies to collide like meteors in a dark sky? His sarcasm stung, but I understood the darkness in his heart. It mirrored mine. No, I said softly, for us. As we shared a moment of silence, I thought of all the times we'd hidden beneath the stars, our laughter ringing out like bells, a defiance against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. I missed the simplicity, the warmth of camaraderie. But now, it felt like we stood on a precipice, teetering over the edge of despair, and the abyss below howled with rage and sorrow. Tell me, I begged, tell me what the oracle said. His eyes flickered, a storm brewing beneath the surface. That one must fall for another to rise, he murmured, each word dripping with inevitability. That sacrifice is the lifeblood of salvation. A shiver ran down my spine, the weight of his words hung heavy in the air, mingling with the smoke of torches. Darius took a step closer, and I could see the tremor in his hands, the way they fidgeted as if trying to grasp the truth that slipped through his fingers like sand. We are bound to the prophecy, he sighed. But I don't want to be a pawn in this game. Then fight! I cried, desperation pouring from my lips. Fight with me, for her, for our lives. As the night wrapped around us like a tightening noose, I remembered the stories we'd shared, the laughter that had once ignited our spirits like fireflies in the dark. But those days felt like ghosts now, fading, elusive, haunting shadows of a time when we believed we could change the world. And then, the silence shattered. The earth trembled beneath our feet, an ominous warning that something dark and terrible was unfurling before us. Look! Darius shouted, pointing into the darkened expanse. Figures emerged from the shadows, cloaked in black, shapes twisted into something monstrous yet sorrowful. They were the harbingers of the prophecy, the embodiment of our worst fears. With a scream trapped in my throat, I felt the gravity of the moment settle over me. Fear surged like a tidal wave, crashing through my veins, drowning out reason. Eliana, Darius, I clung to them, a lifeline in a sea of chaos, as the shadows advanced, closing in with a chilling inevitability. The weight of the prophecy pressed down on us, suffocating, relentless. Together, I whispered, clutching their hands as the air thickened with dread. Together, we stood on the brink of destiny, hearts pounding in an unholy rhythm, breaths shallow and quick. The prophecy had wrought its curse, and we were caught in its snare. No room for escape, only the bittersweet ache of hope clashing with despair. The night was alive with the promise of reckoning, and as the darkness pressed closer, I felt the unbreakable bond of our fate tighten. In that moment of impending confrontation, all that mattered was the fire within, the burning desire to fight against the shadows that threatened to consume us. And as they closed in, I could hear the echo of the oracle's words, weaving through my mind like a haunting lullaby. The weight of the stars bore down upon us, and in the silence that followed, I knew we were far from finished. The air crackled with tension, heavy like a storm about to break. I stood at the gates of the palace, a crumbling stone edifice that loomed like a spectre from a forgotten age, its walls whispering stories of power and despair. I could feel the weight of the world pressing against my chest, a tightness that came from knowing I had to face King Iobates. His name echoed through the shadows of my mind, a ghost with fingers wrapped around my throat. I glanced at my companion, Atalanta, whose fierce spirit was a flickering flame beside my own dim spark. She was a warrior, every inch of her radiating strength, yet a shadow of doubt lingered in her eyes. "Do you think he'll accept us?" she asked, her voice a mere breath against the thrumming heart of the palace. The question struck me like a blade, sharp and unyielding. "Acceptance is a luxury," I replied, swallowing hard, my throat dry. The weight of my own worthiness sat heavily on my shoulders, crushing in its implications. I had come here for a reason, but the spectre of failure loomed larger than all my hopes. The memories of my past failures clawed at me, dragging me back to times when I had faltered, when my courage had slipped through my fingers like sand, and I had watched helplessly as dreams turned to dust. The gates creaked open, the sound a chilling herald of the trials ahead. Inside, the palace was drenched in darkness, flickering torches casting long, twisted shadows on the walls. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that in this place, the line between life and death was razor thin. It was a kingdom built on blood and betrayal, and I was but a moth, drawn to a flame I could never comprehend. We stepped inside, and the silence was suffocating, a quiet so profound it felt like an entity of its own. King Iobates awaited us, the embodiment of judgment, his throne looming like the gallows that hung over so many souls. There he sat, a magnificent figure draped in robes that seemed to absorb the very light from the room, his face obscured in shadow. A palpable dread coiled around me, wrapping tighter with each step forward. "Welcome," he intoned, his voice a rumble, deep and resonant, echoing through the vast chamber. "You seek worthiness, do you?" I nodded, but words tangled in my throat, choked by fear and desperation. Atalanta stepped forward, her fierce spirit igniting a fire in the stale air. "We come to prove ourselves." King Iobates' laughter was a low growl, a sound that vibrated through the stone. "Prove?" A curious desire. Often, worthiness is merely a reflection of one's folly. He leaned forward, the light catching the gleam in his eyes, and something dark flickered there, a knowing, a challenge. "Then what must we endure to earn your approval?" I finally managed to ask, my voice steady despite the tremors of my heart. "Tests," he declared, each word a hammer striking an anvil, resonating with the weight of inevitability. "Tests of worthiness." The air thickened with silence as he gestured towards the darkened recesses of the chamber. Shadows shifted, and from them emerged figures, specters of the fallen, creatures of nightmares trapped in eternal torment. Their eyes were hollow, and their wails scraped against the walls, a chorus of dread that clawed at my sanity. "Face them," Iobates commanded, his voice a shackle binding us to our fate. "Only through blood and fear can you know what you are made of." Atalanta's grip tightened around the hilt of her sword, her jaw clenched. Together, she urged, the fire in her eyes igniting a spark within me. I could feel her determination, a tether that anchored me even as the abyss threatened to swallow us whole. The first creature lunged, a twisted mass of fur and teeth, and I instinctively drew back, fear flooding my veins. But then I remembered, this was not just about survival, it was about proving our worth. I fought against the instinct to flee, planting my feet firmly in the ground like a tree rooted in a storm. The creature snarled, a grotesque parody of life, and before I knew it, Atalanta was beside me, her sword slicing through the darkness with a grace that was both fierce and haunting. She faced the monstrosity head-on, her battle cry a roar, primal thing that echoed off the stone walls. I followed her lead, my heart pounding as I joined the fray, our movements synchronized like a haunting dance. We fought together, lost in the rhythm of battle, each clash of metal against flesh a testament to our resolve. Each wound we endured was a mark of our struggle, a reminder that we were alive, that we dared to fight against the tides of fate. But for each creature we felled, more emerged, their wails blending into a cacophony that drowned reason. Sweat dripped down my brow, mingling with the tears I refused to shed. Every swing of my sword felt heavier, each breath a labor against the weight of despair. I glanced at Atalanta, her fierce determination unwavering, yet I saw the flicker of fear in her eyes. What if we weren't enough? What if we failed? But failure was not an option. As the final creature fell, I felt a surge of triumph, a wild joy that danced through my veins like fire. We had faced the darkness and emerged into the light, however fleeting it may be. King Iobates watched, the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You have passed the first test," he said, his voice dripping with a mixture of respect and something darker. "But there are more to come." The air thickened once more, shadows creeping in, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, the cosmos shifting, as if fate itself was holding its breath. I turned to Atalanta, our eyes locking in a moment that felt suspended in time. We were warriors, flawed yet fierce, united against a world that sought to break us. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the silent promise that we would face whatever came next together. And then the darkness enveloped us. The future loomed like a specter, tangled and uncertain, as the next test awaited, an echo of what had been and a whisper of what was yet to come. The forest loomed, a tapestry of shadows stitched together by the feeble light of a waning moon. trees twisted like the thoughts in Ella's mind, each one a whispering ghost of her past mistakes. She could almost hear them calling her name, a haunting echo that sent shivers racing down her spine. Heart pounding, she stumbled through the underbrush, breathless. The air hung heavy with damp earth and the metallic scent of fear, sharp enough to taste. I remember, she gasped, the stories of the Chimera. They had warned her, the village elders with their cracked voices and eyes like polished stones. The creature, they said, was a nightmare draped in scales, with the breath of fire and a heart as cold as the stars that watched from above. It was a monster born of magic and madness, prowling the edges of their world. And here she was, racing towards it, driven by a torment she couldn't quite articulate. Beside her, Marcus pressed forward, his face a mask of determination. The tormented shadows of his past danced behind him, a painful reminder of the brother he once failed to save. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight, as if to summon strength from his own guilt. "We can't turn back, Ella," he urged, voice low and trembling. "Not now." But what awaited them in that dark expanse? Ella's mind skittered like a startled rabbit. They were fools, running headlong into a story that had no happy ending. "What if it's true?" she whispered, an echo of doubt hanging between them. "It has to be," he replied, eyes flicking to the shadows. Was that a movement? A flicker of scales catching the moonlight? Or just their minds playing tricks? "Does it?" she countered, heart racing. "If the Chimera is real, then so is the darkness that brought it to life." And suddenly, the silence was oppressive, thick enough to choke on. The wind stilled, as if the very universe was holding its breath. They were not alone. In the depths of the forest, something shifted. It was a ripple in the fabric of the night, a predator's gaze boring into them from the thicket. Ella felt it in her bones, a primal instinct clawing for escape. Marcus, but he moved on, driven by his own demons, each step a little heavier than the last, each breath a battle against the suffocating dread that sought to consume them both. "We have to face it," he insisted, voice firm yet trembling. "We will face it together." Asterisk asterisk together dot asterisk asterisk, the word hung in the air, a promise and a curse. They were bound by shared pain, but what if the Chimera shattered that bond? What if it ripped apart everything they hoped to protect? Suddenly, a low growl echoed around them like a thunderclap, resonating through the trees and rattling the very core of their souls. Ella stumbled back, hands clutching her chest, breath hitching. The sound was a warning, a death knell, and her heart raced to a frantic beat, an internal metronome ticking down the seconds until all would be lost. "Stay close!" Marcus barked, his voice urgent. But even as he said it, a shadow darted past, a flash of fur and scales, a grotesque montage of creatures that should never exist, and Ella's heart sank. I can't," she stammered, muscles tightening as she fought against the urge to flee. But the forest was alive with the Chimera's presence, every branch and leaf a reminder of the creature that lurked within. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk the stories told by the fireside, the glint of fear in the eyes of those who spoke. They had said the Chimera fed on despair, on the regrets that wrapped around the heart like a serpent squeezing tighter and tighter, until all that remained was a husk of what once was. Another growl, closer this time, and Ella felt the weight of her choices pressing down. She had come here seeking redemption for her brother's death, a chance to reclaim what was lost. But what if that meant losing herself in the process? "Marcus, we can't," she whispered again, fear creeping in, clawing at her resolve. He turned to her, eyes fierce yet vulnerable. "We're not just hunting a monster. We're confronting ourselves. We can't run anymore." And there it was, the truth laid bare. They were not just facing the Chimera, they were wrestling with the ghosts of their decisions, the unbearable weight of their shared past. And then, the forest erupted. A surge of noise, chaos crashing around them as the Chimera broke from the shadows. 3 heads reared back, each one a different aspect of terror, lion, goat, serpent, each bearing the scars of their own history, their own pain. Fear surged through Ella like a wildfire, blazing hot and undeniable. "Run!" Marcus shouted, but the words were lost in the maelstrom. The creature lunged, fiery breath igniting the air, and the world dissolved into a haze of heat and noise. I remember the moment as if it were a dream, a swirling dance of terror and fate, each heartbeat a reminder of their humanity. Ella's breath hitched, the taste of ash filling her mouth. She was paralyzed, caught between the urge to flee and the desperate need to stand her ground. "We can't let it win," she screamed, voice raw with emotion. But as the creature lunged, a flash of cold realization settled in her chest. In confronting the Chimera, they were also confronting every shadow lurking in their hearts. And the night deepened, an endless expanse of despair and hope, where the line between monster and man blurred until it was almost indistinguishable. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, each breath heavy with the weight of unsaid words and unexamined fears. It was only the beginning. The monster awaited, and they were still tethered to their regrets, each step forward a question, a whisper of what could still be lost. The night stretched on, thick with uncertainty, as they stood on the precipice, ready to face the abyss, together yet irrevocably alone. The night was a living thing, a suffocating darkness alive with the stench of sweat and fear. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, the cacophony of terrified screams rising like a storm around me. Shadows danced beneath the flickering torchlight, weaving tales of dread and despair, each flicker illuminating ghostly faces drawn tight with terror. I remember feeling the cold earth beneath my feet, rough and unyielding, a reminder of reality in a moment that felt unreal. "Get back!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos, lost among the shrieks. The villagers, once brimming with life, now resembled cornered animals, eyes wide and frantic, searching for a savior in the dark. The air was electric, charged with an anticipation that prickled the skin. But beneath that was something deeper, an aching sadness. They had lost their homes, their hope, and I could see it etched into the very fabric of their beings. And then, as if the night itself had exhaled, there was silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that blanketed the town. All eyes turned towards the center of the square, where the ancient well stood, cracked and gnarled like the hands of time. It was there that the ground began to tremble, a pulse beneath our feet, steady and insistent. I felt it resonate within my own heart, a connection that frightened me, yet compelled me to look closer. "Rear!" I called, my voice breaking through the stillness. My sister stood frozen, both frightened and fascinated, her auburn hair swirling around her like a tempest. She was the dreamer between us, the one who believed in the impossible, who spoke of stars and wings. But as I watched her face, I saw only the stark terror of a child who had lost her way in the darkness. The earth split, and from the depths of the well emerged a figure, a silhouette wrapped in shadows, a creature born of myth and madness. My breath caught, fingers gripping the edge of the ancient stone, and in that moment, time stretched and warped. The creature, a horse like no other, emerged with the grace of a ghost and the ferocity of a storm. Its eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and as it unfurled its wings, the air crackled with energy, a harbinger of chaos yet to come. "Is it?" Rhea whispered, her voice a breath. "Is it him?" I wanted to scream, to warn her, but I was frozen by something greater than fear. The world around us faded, the villagers were mere phantoms, the panic a distant echo. The creature shook off remnants of darkness, and with each movement, it felt as though the weight of centuries fell away. I could hear the whisper of wings unfurling, an unsettling sound, both beautiful and haunting, a sound that seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. The creature took a step forward, hooves striking the ground with a force that felt like thunder, and I was taken back to the stories of old, tales woven from the fabric of nightmares and dreams. I remembered my grandmother's voice, how she'd speak of the stars falling to earth, of gods and monsters, of a time when the sky would split open and magic would seep into the world. But this was real, this was tangible, and it filled me with a fear I could hardly contain. A shape emerged from the shadows, a man cloaked in memories and regret, his eyes dark and stormy. "I should never have let it happen," he murmured, his voice a low growl. He was both familiar and strange, a reflection of the battle within me. My father, the one who had dared to dream beyond the confines of our lives, dragging us into a world where hope and despair danced hand in hand. I saw the flicker of anguish in his eyes, a tempest of emotion swirling like the winds that threatened to engulf us. "Father!" I cried, desperation rising in my throat.
What have you done?
But he was lost in the moment, consumed by the creature before us. It's beautiful, he whispered, all mixing with grief. It's everything we've ever dreamed of. I felt the weight of his words, heavy and suffocating. Dreams can be dangerous things, and we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that could either save us or tear us apart. The creature, now fully emerged, took in the crowd with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of fear. I can still remember the intensity of that moment, the way the air shifted, crackling with electricity. It was as if the night itself held its breath, waiting for a decision, for a moment of reckoning. And within me, an echo swelled. I remember hope. I remember despair. Rhea stepped forward, her eyes shining with tears, every bit of her trembling with a yearning I could not fully grasp. "What will it do?" she asked, voice small and fragile, like the wings of a moth caught in a storm. I wanted to pull her back, to shield her from the unknown, but there was a fire igniting within her, a hunger for connection to something greater than ourselves. "Will we fly?" she asked, and for the first time, I saw the possibility in her eyes, a dream reflected in the depths of that creature's gaze. Would this be our salvation, or would it lead us to ruin? The line blurred, the tension stretching taut like the winged beast itself, hovering between our world and the cosmos beyond. The creature took another step, and with it, the weight of our decisions loomed larger, an impending storm gathering in the distance. And then, in a single, heart-stopping moment, it spread its wings wide, the heavens opening in a cacophony of sound and light. I felt the pulse of the universe within me, each beat of its wings felt like a heartbeat, and I was alive. Everything shifted. Clocks ticked louder, shadows danced with mad glee. The cosmos pulled at me, tugging me closer to the precipice. Rhea reached out her hand, fingers trembling, yearning for connection, and I realized we stood at the threshold of our fate. Would we embrace this madness? Would we ride the storm? The world was on the brink of something vast and unfathomable, and I could feel it deep in my bones, the birth of a legend, a creature that would change everything. It was terrifying and exhilarating, an emotional hurricane, a spark igniting the night. We were on the cusp of revelation, of pain intertwined with joy. The creature let out a cry, a sound that shook the very foundations of existence, and in that moment, everything exploded into possibility, time, fate, and darkness fused together as we stared into the abyss, waiting for the dawn. The ground trembles beneath me, a warning tremor that sends shivers racing up my spine. I can feel the pulse of the earth, wild and feral, as if it knows something I don't. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and sweat, a heady mix that both intoxicates and terrifies. Panic grips my throat, squeezing tight, and I remember, oh, how I remember, the stories whispered in shadowed corners, tales of a creature born from the chaos of the heavens. Pegasus. A name that conjures images of beauty and terror, wings like storm clouds, eyes glowing with ancient fury. Don't let it see you. A voice, raw and urgent, cuts through the tension. It's Ilara, her face pale, eyes wide like silver coins glinting in the dark. She stands beside me, her breath quickening, a dance of fear and determination. I catch a glimpse of her hand, trembling as it clutches the tattered remains of a rope, our lifeline, our hope woven from frayed desperation. Why are we here? I ask myself again, but the answer flutters away like a moth into the night. The forest looms around us, trees bending under the weight of secrets, branches clawing like skeletal fingers at the sky. How did we come to this moment? Oh, the absurdity of it all. Two souls, one broken and one fierce, standing on the precipice of madness, hoping to tame a beast of legend. A rustle, a whisper of wings, like thunder breaking the stillness. My heart races as I squint into the darkness. The shadows deepen, swirling like smoke, and then, there it is. A silhouette, majestic yet menacing. The Pegasus, its wings stretched wide, a tapestry of night and stars, glistening like the cosmos itself. It hovers above, a ghostly guardian, power radiating from its very being. Oh, to bring it down, to touch that otherworldly grace. But the fear, my God, the fear. It grips me tighter than the rope in Ilara's hands. Look at me, Ilara whispers, her voice a melody laced with steel. We can do this. Together. I want to believe her. I want to drown in the warmth of her faith, but doubt gnaws at my insides like a ravenous beast. She's always been the brave one, charging into the unknown while I cling to the shadows, terrified of what lurks beyond the veil of my comfort. I remember the first time Elara found me a misfit, lost in a world that devoured the weak. She saw me, really saw me, beneath layers of fear and self-loathing. "You're not just a forgotten page in history," she had said, her eyes bright with stubborn light. "You have a story worth telling." And now, here we are, bound by destiny and madness, facing the embodiment of every dream and nightmare we dared to conjure. The Pegasus shifts, a ripple of power that sends a jolt through the air. I feel it deep in my bones, a call to something greater, something magnificent yet untrammeled. "We need to show it we're not a threat," Elara urges, her voice trembling but resolute. "It's not just a beast, it's a creature of the stars. We need to connect, to understand." Understanding. The irony is suffocating. How can one understand a creature that defies the very laws of nature? But there's a flicker of something within me, our memory. I remember the old tales, the bond between man and beast, forged through trust, tempered by fear. My heart beats in sync with the rhythm of the night, and I step forward, leaving Elara's side. I can feel her gaze, a mixture of horror and support, urging me on. The Pegasus lands softly, the thud of its hooves echoing like a drumbeat. It stares at me, and for a moment, the world falls away. Time freezes. I am lost in its eyes, deep, unfathomable pools reflecting the cosmos, filled with the weight of ages past. And there's something more, pain, loneliness, a longing for connection. "Please," I whisper, my voice barely breaking the silence. "I don't want to hurt you." The words hang between us, suspended like fragile glass. I reach out, my hand trembling, palm open and exposed. The creature snorts, nostrils flaring, and I feel the heat of its breath wash over me, igniting something inside, a flicker of courage fanned into a flame. Elara steps closer, a guardian at my side, her presence a balm to my racing heart. "It's okay. You've got this." Her faith is a lifeline, pulling me from the abyss of doubt. Together, we stand, two flawed souls united against the chaos. What happens next is a blur, a symphony of sound and motion. The Pegasus steps forward, its massive form towering over us, wings folding like curtains drawn tight around a secret. I feel its power thrumming in the air, a current that both frightens and exhilarates. I can taste the magic, raw and electrifying, and for a moment, I am free, unshackled from the chains of my past. But then the shadows shift again, a dark presence lurking at the edges of our fragile alliance. A figure emerges, cloaked in uncertainty, eyes glinting with a hunger I can't comprehend. The air thickens with tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon of our fragile hope. Step back, the figure hisses, a voice like ice slicing through warmth. My heart races. Fear wraps around me, suffocating, every instinct screaming to flee. But Elara stands firm, her presence a beacon against the encroaching darkness. "We won't let you hurt it," she declares, her voice unyielding, even as the fear trembles in her eyes. The confrontation draws near, palpable, an electric charge in the air. Every heartbeat is a drum, leading us toward an inevitable clash. I can't look away from the Pegasus, it feels like the universe itself is watching, the stars holding their breath, and I wonder if we're truly ready for what comes next. In this moment, nothing else matters. The past has ricocheted into the present, and our destinies entwine, pivoting on the edge of a knife. The Pegasus, the bond we seek to forge, awaits our choice. And deep down, I realize, it's not just about taming a beast, it's about embracing the chaos within ourselves and the world around us. And as the shadows press closer, I can feel it, our moment teetering on the brink, ready to break into a frenzy of love and despair, fear and hope. The air vibrates with the promise of what's to come, and as the stars dance in the dark, I know, this is just the beginning. The air throbbed with an electric pulse, a feel of impending doom that sank into the very marrow of my bones. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering like the last vestiges of hope, and I could hear the thundering heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet, the sound of a beast stirring, waking, ready to unleash chaos. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Kale and Lyra, my heart a cacophony of dread and determination. Kale's hands shook as he clutched his sword, an extension of his fear and fervor. He was torn between the warrior he longed to be and the boy who shuddered at the thought of blood. What if we fail? His voice was barely a whisper, lost amid the echoing drumming of my own heartbeat. I wanted to reach out, to tell him we would not fail, not together. But the truth loomed larger than any words I could muster. Lyra, fierce and unyielding, stood between us, a firestorm wrapped in a fragile frame. Her eyes blazed with a wildness that both terrified and inspired me. "We can't think like that," she shot back, her voice like steel. "The Chimera won't show mercy. We must be better than our fears." But the way her hands clenched around her dagger betrayed the turmoil inside her. I saw the flicker of doubt, the shadow of memories, of battles lost, of friends swallowed whole by darkness, and my spirit trembled in response. The ground trembled underfoot, a low rumble that echoed the turmoil within us. I remember the stories of the Chimera, the monstrous creature that wove together the fiercest beasts of the world into a single, terrifying form. Its lion's head roared with the fury of the ages, its serpent's tail flicked with deadly grace, and the goat's head, twisted and deranged, bleated like a phantom from a nightmare. And here we stood, three flawed souls, on the precipice of madness, teetering before the abyss of our own fears. Time blurred as we crept into the shadows, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and the taste of iron, a metallic promise of what lay ahead. I could feel it wrapping around my chest, squeezing tighter with every step. The darkness whispered secrets, taunted our bravery, yet we moved forward, drawn by the gravity of our mission. The cavern opened like a mouth ready to swallow us whole. I caught my breath, my heart a wild drum in my ears. The Chimera roared, a sound that split the very air, vibrating through my bones like thunder. It surged into view, a grotesque vision of strength and terror. I could see the flicker of its eyes, glimmering with malice, and in that moment, dread clawed up my throat, a visceral reminder of our mortality. Kale stepped forward, his sword raised, but hesitation gripped him like a vice. I saw the struggle play out on his face, a tempest of fear and courage. "Now!" Lyra yelled, her voice slicing through the fog of uncertainty. Adrenaline surged, and the world narrowed down to a single instant, a heartbeat. We charged, our movements clumsy yet fueled by desperation, the weight of our fears crashing down like an avalanche. A clash of metal against flesh, a jarring shockwave of sound, and everything spiraled into chaos. The Chimera swung its massive claws, a flurry of fur and fangs that sought to rend us apart. I ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air as it swiped past, a ghostly whisper of death. Kale found his footing, thrusting forward with newfound resolve, but I saw the flickering doubt in his eyes. "Kale!" I shouted, but my voice was drowned out by the roars and the cacophony of battle. I wanted to scream at him to remember that courage is not the absence of fear but the triumph over it. "You can do this!" Lyra darted beside me, her movements a blur. I caught a glimpse of her face, determination etched deep, but beneath it, I saw the flicker of something else, a raw vulnerability, as if she were testing the very limits of her own spirit. Together, she cried, and in that moment, I understood, it wasn't just bravery that would win this fight. It was our bond, our connection, the way we fought not for ourselves, but for one another. The Chimera lunged, and I felt time freeze, my breath hitching in my throat. I ducked to my left, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws, while Kale pressed forward, forcing himself past the gnawing dread. I saw my friend, transforming before my eyes. He wasn't just a boy anymore, he was a warrior, ignited by the fire of our shared struggle. "Strike now!" I shouted, and we pounced together, a synchronized dance of desperation and hope. Lyra reached the beast's side, her dagger glinting as it sliced through the air, and Kale moved in close, striking at its flanks. I followed, the rhythm of our hearts pounding as one, a relentless beat against the chaos. But the Chimera fought back with the ferocity of 1,000 storms, and my heart sank as I saw Lyra stumble, her determination faltering for a single breath. "No!" I cried, the word tearing from my throat, a raw plea that seemed to echo long after it left my lips. In that split second, time stretched. I felt the weight of our fears, our doubts coiling around us like chains, but I refused to let them bind us. We were not just individuals, we were a force forged in adversity. Together! I roared, the primal instinct to protect surging through me, igniting a fire deep within my core. Lyra, sparked by the urgency in my voice, found her footing again. Kale surged beside her, and we struck in unison, 3 hearts in sync. The Chimera howled, a sound of defeat mingling with rage, and as we plunged our weapons into its grotesque form, I felt a wave of triumph crash over us, washing away the fears that had once threatened to drown us. But the battle raged on, each moment a pulse of chaos, the beast thrashing and roaring, and I knew that our struggle was far from over. We were trapped in a tempest, yet in that storm, I could feel the essence of something greater, a bond that surged beyond fear, beyond doubt. The shadows swirled around us, the air thickened with the scent of blood and sweat, and still, we pressed on. The Chimera writhed, a primal force fighting against its demise, and I knew then that we weren't just fighting a monster, we were battling our own demons, the fears that had haunted us long before this moment. Time slipped away, the world a blur of wild colors and anguished roars. I remember the flicker of Kale's courage, the fire in Lyra's eyes, the echoes of our cries as we clung to one another amidst the chaos. The savage nature of the battle throbbed in my veins, a reminder that triumph was a choice, not a guarantee. And so we fought. Not for glory, but for one another. Not for victory, but for the light that flickered just beyond the darkness, a light that promised salvation through the bonds we forged in this crucible of fear and uncertainty. I remember every heartbeat, every breath, and as the Chimera's roar echoed into silence, I knew this battle was only the beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as shadows danced beneath the crumbling arches of Lycia. The ancient stones whispered secrets of betrayal and bloodshed, the echoes of a past that refused to stay buried. Under the weight of impending conflict, I stood, heart pounding, pulse racing, my breath misting in the cold night air, a reminder that I was still alive amidst the ghosts of those who had fallen. I could hear it, a distant clash of steel, the shouts of men caught in the throes of war. Each sound wrapped around me, pulling me back into memories that clawed at my mind. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter. I remember the faces, my comrades, my brothers, who had pressed forward with me into the inferno of battle, each of us flawed and desperate, each of us fighting not only for victory but for redemption, for recognition in a world that had cast us aside. Faria stood beside me, her eyes aflame with determination yet shadowed by sorrow. Her hands, calloused and strong, clutched the hilt of her sword, the very one she had wielded to carve a path through the chaos. But it was not the blade that haunted her, it was the weight of the lives she had taken, each one a ghost that whispered her name in the stillness of the night. "You hear them?" she asked, voice barely a whisper, trembling. "They call for us." I nodded, feeling the burden of her words hollow out my chest. "They never stop," I said, a smirk curling my lips despite the heaviness in my heart. "Like relatives who overstay their welcome." A dark humor, my armor against the suffocating dread. Faria shot me a glance, a mix of exasperation and affection, her lips twitching into a reluctant smile. But there were no more jokes left to be made. And then there was Anne, my best friend, my anchor. He stood a few paces away, his silhouette framed against the flickering torches that lined the ravaged streets. Anne had always been the brave one, the one who leapt into the fray without a second thought, a reckless abandon that had saved us countless times. But now, I could see the cracks in his bravado, the fear etched deeply into his brow. "What if we fail?" he murmured, his voice laced with uncharacteristic vulnerability. "What if this victory is just another illusion, another trap set by the gods?" I wanted to tell him that failure was a shadow that followed us all, that every victory came with a price, a truth that we all grappled with. Instead, I smirked. "Anne, if we fail, it will be spectacular. Think of the stories they'll tell. A glorious mess." But deep inside, I felt the truth hanging in the air, heavy and oppressive. The night was alive with the scent of fear, mingling with the smoke from distant fires, a reminder of the risks we had taken to return to this cursed place. Each breath felt like a countdown. The cosmos conspired against us, mocking our attempts at reclaiming what was lost. We crept toward the heart of Lisha, every footfall a reminder of the past we could not escape. I cast my mind back to the day we had left, family torn apart, dreams shattered like fragile glass. Time had moved forward, yet here I was, clutching the remnants of a fractured reality. Would victory mend those pieces, or would it shatter us further? The clash of swords erupted suddenly, and my heart leaped into my throat. Anne's eyes locked onto mine, raw and pleading. "Now," he asked, the ghost of that reckless bravery flickering in the depths of his gaze. I nodded, adrenaline coursing through my veins, transforming fear into fierce resolve. Now! We charged, hearts synchronized in a primal rhythm, a wild symphony of hope and despair. The battle erupted around us, a cacophony of screams and shouts, of metal meeting metal, of chaos unleashed upon a once peaceful city. Fire fought like a tempest, her blade carving through the confusion, a whirlwind of fury and grace. Anne was a force of nature, reckless as ever, laughing in the face of danger, but I could see the shadows in his eyes, the ghosts that whispered warnings too late. Then we saw him, a figure shrouded in darkness, a specter from our shared past. The enemy commander, a ghost of our former lives, had returned to haunt us again. The air thickened, silence enveloping the chaos as we locked eyes. All the pain, all the loss, crystallized in that single moment. I could feel the weight of my failures, and the failures of those I had fought alongside. "Do you think you can conquer me?" he sneered, voice like gravel, each word a knife thrust into flesh. "You're nothing but remnants of a broken dream." But as he spoke, I felt a rush of energy surging within me. The memories of lost friends ignited a fire, a recognition that surged through my veins. "I am more than what you see," I roared, the words spilling from my lips like a battle cry. "I am the heartbeat of those who fell, the spirit of the lost." And as I lunged forward, time fractured around us, the past and present colliding in a kaleidoscope of emotions. Each swing of my sword was a tribute, each breath a prayer. I fought not just for victory but for recognition of the pain that had bound us together. The battle surged with a life of its own, and in that chaos, I felt something shift. The air felt different, charged with a promise. It was no longer just about winning, it was about reclaiming shattered pieces, about finding the strength to stand tall against the darkness. Anne and Fire fought fiercely at my side, our bodies moving in tandem, an unspoken understanding binding us together. The shadows of our past whispered tales of suffering, but in their wake, we forged a new legend, together. As the clash continued, the world blurred, and nothing existed beyond the rhythm of survival. I could feel it, the victory that hovered just out of reach, the recognition that we had fought not just against our enemies but against our own ghosts. And in that moment, I understood, the ghosts of Lisha would never truly leave. They were interwoven into the fabric of who we were, a haunting reminder that would echo through time. With every heartbeat, every breath, we danced on the edge of victory and despair, a relentless pursuit that would never truly end. The shadows loomed closer, and as the battle roared around us, I realized, this was just the beginning. The recognition we sought would demand more than we could imagine, and the night was far from over. The air crackled with tension, a thick haze hanging over the battlefield where shadows danced like lost souls. Bright flashes of lightning illuminated the faces of warriors, desperate and afraid, their eyes mirrors of torment and hope. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, a bitter reminder that every breath was borrowed, every heartbeat a ticking clock counting down to oblivion. There stood Aislinn, the warrior princess, her sword raised high, glinting in the fragile light, a promise of vengeance. But inside, she trembled, a storm of doubt swirling within her. I remember the day she chose this path. The sun had shone brightly, a cruel contrast to the darkness creeping into her heart. "You will forge your destiny," her mother had said, but now Aislinn was trapped in a web of consequences she never anticipated. Each swing of her sword felt like a betrayal, a step further from the girl who dreamt of peace. Then there was Cale, the reluctant hero, caught between loyalty and the unbearable weight of sacrifice. His hands trembled as he clutched the amulet given to him by a deity whose name lingered in whispers. The amulet pulsed with power, a gift that felt more like a curse. Cale had hoped for glory, a chance to be more than just a blacksmith's son. Yet, standing amidst chaos, he realized the price of divine favor. The heat of his anger burned with a hollowness he couldn't comprehend. If only they knew, he muttered, clutching the amulet as if it were a lifeline. If only they knew what it meant to wield such power. And in the shadows, Mara watched. She had once been a sister to Aislinn, a confidant. Now, she felt like a ghost, a remnant of a past that refused to let her go. Her heart ached with an emptiness, a void carved by betrayal. A gift, they said, a gift from the gods. But gifts come with strings, don't they? Every moment she spent in Aislinn's shadow chipped away at her resolve, turning her love into a festering wound. I remember, she whispered into the darkness, when dreams felt like promises. The clash of steel echoed, a maddening symphony of chaos. Aislinn charged forward, a tempest wrapped in armor, but with every foe she felled, a piece of her soul fell too, cracking like the ground beneath her feet. Is this victory? She screamed, the sound swallowed by the relentless storm. The faces of the fallen blurred into a sea of regret, haunting her as she pressed on. The gods had blessed her with strength, yet her heart felt like lead. She felt the weight of every decision pressing against her chest, constricting her breath. Cale stood frozen, the amulet now a blazing sun in his palm. He was torn between the exhilaration of power and the dread of its consequences. He remembered his father's voice, warning against the seduction of unearned glory. Now, it echoed like a prayer in the wind. "What have I done?" he lamented, as shadows flickered at the edge of his vision. The echoes of his past taunted him, reminding him of the boy he had been, carefree, innocent. "I wanted to be a hero," he choked out, the words heavy with shame. Mara felt the pull of the battlefield, the call of destiny pulling her closer to the fray. She watched her sister and her friend dance on the edge of oblivion like marionettes, strings tangled. "No," she gasped, a fire igniting within her. "It doesn't have to be like this." But the words felt futile, lost in the cacophony of war. With each step she took, she felt the ghosts of her past urging her forward, a blend of love and resentment fueling her. "I remember," she thought fiercely, what it felt like to believe. Aislinn fell to her knees, the weight of her sword becoming unbearable. "What have I sacrificed?" she cried, the storm around her quieting to a haunting silence. The realization struck her like lightning. Each fallen enemy was a ripple in the fabric of her being, a reminder of the humanity she had forsaken. The gods had given her strength, but at what cost? The battlefield morphed into a graveyard of dreams, her dreams, their dreams. Cale stumbled back, the amulet slipping from his grasp, its glow dimming like a dying star. "I thought I could change everything," he whispered, the weight of truth crashing over him like an avalanche. The power that had promised him greatness now snared him in chains of despair. "All I wanted was to be enough," he lamented, his voice breaking, the rawness of his agony reverberating through the stillness. Mara stepped forward, her heart pounding like a war drum. She felt the pull of ancient forces swirling around her, a tempest of fate beckoning her to join the fray. "We are more than our gifts," she shouted, the defiance in her voice rising above the turmoil. "We can choose. We can still choose." But choice felt distant, as if the gods were mocking them from their celestial thrones. Her words hung in the air, heavy with unfulfilled promises. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the faces of warriors, revealing a tapestry of fear, determination, and regret. The moment hung, suspended in time, up a breathless pause before the storm resumed. Each warrior wrestled with their gifts, each gift a double-edged sword cutting deeper with every moment of hesitation. The sky darkened, a harbinger of the tempest yet to come, a reminder that every choice bore consequences. Aislinn, Cale, and Mara stood on the precipice, bound by fate yet divided by their choices. The gods had gifted them, but the rewards felt more like shackles than salvation. The battlefield stretched before them, a canvas painted with blood and dreams, uncertainty swirling like smoke. "I remember," the three of them echoed, their voices merging, a haunting chorus of desperation and hope. "We are not alone." And so, as the storm rolled in, threatening to swallow them whole, the hearts of the brave beat in unison, an unyielding rhythm against the chaos. The gifts of the gods had ignited a fire within them, but as they stood, poised for inevitable confrontation, the question remained, would they rise, or would they fall? The air hung thick with silence, a deafening echo that wrapped around us like a shroud, pierced only by the distant howl of wind. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Arya, her breath quickened, her eyes wide, two twin moons reflecting terror. I could see her fingers trembling, gripping the hilt of her sword, knuckles white as bone. "They can't be far," she whispered, voice a fragile thread, barely tethered to sanity. I remember the stories we'd shared by the fire, the tales of valor and glory, of heroes who slayed monsters in the dead of night. How absurd that the very night we longed for, the thrill of battle, the rush of victory, had come to us in the form of the Solomoi, their laughter chilling as the frost creeping across the fields. I had never imagined that fear could be as tangible as the sword at my side, yet here it was, suffocating and all-consuming. "Stay close," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips as the shadows danced around us. We were not just hunters tonight, we were prey, ensnared within the dark. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a silhouette slipping between the trees like a whispered promise of death. And there it was, the Solomoi, their forms twisted and grotesque, an echo of the humanity that had abandoned them. Arya's breath caught in her throat, a soft gasp that felt as loud as a thunderclap. "Do you remember," she said, her voice shaking with the weight of memory, "the time we dared each other to sneak into the old well? You almost fell in, your feet slipping on the wet stones. You said it was just the ghosts trying to drag you down." I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed back at me, mingling with the shadows. "Yes, but those ghosts were nothing compared to this. We were foolish then, now we're standing at the edge of a nightmare." My heart raced, not just from fear, but from regret. We had spoken of glory, not realizing it came with a price paid in blood. The Solomoi surged forward, a tide of darkness erupting from the trees, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. They were once men, warriors who had fallen to madness and despair. Now, they were the embodiment of nightmares, their voices a chorus of mockery. "Come to play, little children," they taunted, laughter bubbling up like poison. I stepped forward, sword raised, adrenaline surging through my veins. "You will not take her," I shouted, a roar that echoed against the night, a raw and primal cry. Arya stood beside me, her expression a blend of fear and fierce determination. "We fight together or not at all." And then the chaos erupted. Their forms lunged at us, fingers clawing, teeth bared like wolves hungry for meat. I swung my sword, feeling the resistance of flesh, the warmth of blood, so warm, so consuming. This was no game, there were no glory-filled stories to be told tonight. This was survival. This was raw, visceral reality. "Remember the first time we practiced?" Arya yelled over the cacophony, her voice strained. "You tripped over your own feet and nearly stabbed yourself." A laugh escaped me, desperate and frantic. "And you told me I should have worn my mother's dress instead." The memory, absurd and light, cut through the thick fog of fear, and for a fleeting moment, I could see her smile amidst the chaos. But the Solomoi pressed on, relentless, a wave of dark fury crashing against our fragile defenses. Arya's sword met flesh, the clang of metal against bone a bitter symphony, while shadows closed in around us like a tightening noose. We had become the very myths we once laughed about, the foolish heroes chasing dreams with no thought of consequence. A figure lunged at Arya, and I felt my heart seize. Time slowed. I watched her move, fluid and fierce, twisting to evade the blow, a dance of life and death. I roared, plunging my sword into the Solomoi that threatened her, feeling the life drain from its body like a fading star. But with each victory, my breath grew heavier, the weight of the night dragging me down. "Keep fighting!" Arya shouted, but her voice wavered, the fear bubbling just beneath her bravado. I saw it in her eyes, questions, doubts, the thought that perhaps we were fooling ourselves. Each Solomoi we struck down felt like a spectre from our past, a ghost of choices unmade, and the darkness whispered of our failures. I remembered our childhood, full of laughter, innocence lost in the face of the world. "We were too young to understand," I shouted, barely hearing my own words over the clashing of steel. "We thought we could conquer our fears, but look where it led us." The shadows shuddered, and the laughter of the Solimoy became a haunting echo, wrapping around us, dragging us deeper into despair. Memories whirled around like leaves caught in a storm, each one a reminder of what we had lost. The cities we grew up in had become distant ghosts, their walls crumbling under the weight of time, just as we were crumbling under the weight of this night. A blade flashed before my eyes, Arya's cry pierced the veil of darkness, sharp and raw. I turned, desperation rising in my chest. No! I lunged, but time was a cruel mistress, and I could only watch as the shadows enveloped her, her scream echoing into silence. My heart shattered, every beat a reminder of what it once was. I had failed her. Rage ignited within me, a scorching fire that burned away the remnants of doubt. I would not let this night end in darkness. I would carve out the hope that remained, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The Solimoy began to close in, mocking, their laughter a haunting dirge. I stood alone, surrounded by shadows, my sword raised high, and in that moment, I felt the weight of time, the endless ticking of a clock echoing the heartbeat of the universe. In the vastness of it all, I was nothing but a fleeting whisper, a flicker against the night. This was a test of valor, but it was more than that. It was a reckoning between choices made, lives lost, and the ghosts that would forever haunt us. And as I prepared to meet my fate, I understood that the fight was not just against the Solimoy, but against the shadows within myself. And in that dark embrace, the battle began anew. The ground trembles beneath me, each shudder a forewarning, a pulse of dread that courses through the very air. I stand there, at the precipice of fate, heart hammering like a blacksmith's hammer on iron, loud, insistent, and relentless. The horizon is smeared with smoke, a grim canvas against the shadowy sky, and the acrid scent of burning flesh chokes the breeze. I can taste it, coppery and bitter, like fear's final breath. I remember Iobates, the king whose wrath is a tempest, a ceaseless storm churning in his chest. He stands like a statue carved from the very mountains, granite and cold, eyes glinting with madness. What had I done to awaken this fury? Choices echo in my mind, each one a jagged stone in a river of regret, tumbling endlessly. Prove your worth, or face my wrath. Those words slice through me, sharp as the edge of a blade. I can't help but think of the last time I heard them. I was a different man then, unscarred by the horrors that now cling to my skin like a second layer of darkness. I used to laugh at the absurdities of life, like how knights would preen before battle, polishing armor to a mirror shine, when all I wanted to do was roll in the mud and scream at the heavens. But that laughter feels distant now, a dream buried beneath the weight of survival. I glance sideways at my companion, a shadow of her former self. Lyra, fierce and unyielding, yet now her spirit feels fragile, like glass in a child's hand. I remember when her laughter filled the air, a bright sound that could slice through despair. But now, her eyes, those once bright orbs, hold shadows that run deeper than the ocean. What will we do? She asks, voice trembling, a leaf caught in a gale. I want to reach out, to hold her, but my hands are stained with ash and blood, and I fear I'll only shatter her further. We fight, I answer, but the words feel hollow, emptied of conviction. Behind her, the screams of the damned echo, a haunting symphony that wraps around us like a cloak of despair. The air grows thick with tension, every heartbeat sinking with the mounting dread. I can feel our dreams slipping through my fingers, like sand in an hourglass, time running out. I remember the faces of those I've lost, family, friends, all caught in Iobate's storm. Did they scream? Did they call my name, or did they curse me? I can't. Lyra's voice breaks, and the fissures of her strength widen. I can see it, her determination cracking under the weight of despair, and I wonder if I'll be the one to push her over the edge. I can't do this anymore. A whisper of defeat hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. I turn my gaze to the horizon again, where the last rays of sunlight bleed into the earth. Then we find another way, I say, hoping against hope. We have to. I know it sounds weak, but sometimes hope is all we have left, a flickering candle in an endless night. But our moment of clarity is dashed by a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves have opened in fury. Iobate's forces surge forward, a tide of darkness crashing against our fragile resolve. Armed with swords that reflect the fading light, they move like shadows, each step a promise of pain. We run, I shout, adrenaline igniting my veins, each word a battle cry. Now! Lyra's resolve ignites, and she nods, a spark kindling in her depths. Together we sprint into the tumult, hearts racing, blood pounding, a symphony of panic and determination. I can feel the hot breath of the enemy behind us, a tangible thing, hungry and relentless. Every corner turned is a reminder of the stakes. I remember my brother's laughter, the way it mingled with the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs, joy wrapped in innocence. I can't let this be the end. Not for him, not for us. Left! I scream as we round a corner, the stone walls closing in, shadows clutching at our heels like demons eager for a feast. With every stride, memories flash, glimpses of laughter, of warmth, moments when joy felt infinite. But now, darkness looms like a beast, ready to swallow us whole. I feel it pressing against my chest, wrestling with hope, gnawing at my spirit. We break into an open square, the chaos erupting behind us, but panic does not subside, it clutches at my throat. I see Iobates at the far end, throne made of bones, eyes glowing with malice. You think you can escape, he calls, voice echoing like thunder. You think you can defy me? I want to scream, to tell him that his reign is built on ashes and blood, that his throne is nothing but a monument to folly. But the words die in my throat. Instead, I turn to Lyra, her face a canvas of fear and fury. We will not let him take us, I say, a promise forged in desperation. The world collapses around us, yet amidst the chaos, there's a flicker, a promise of something brighter hidden beneath the rubble. Fate intertwines, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and hope. I reach for Lyra's hand, our fingers clasping tightly, an unyielding bond against the tempest raging outside. Together we push forward, each step a defiance against our fates, against Iobates' wrath, each heartbeat a drumbeat of rebellion. We are not just pawns in a cruel game. We are fighters, lovers, dreamers, and though the weight of the cosmos presses down on us, we refuse to bend. The light ahead flickers uncertainly, a ghostly glow in the abyss. I remember my brother's voice, urging me forward, and I refuse to let the shadows consume us. I grasp Lyra's hand tighter, feeling her pulse aligning with mine, two hearts beating as one against the darkness. And then we burst into the light, no longer just survivors but warriors forged in the furnace of despair, ready to face the trials that await, a tempest against a storm. The battle is far from over, but in that moment, we are alive, and the unending trials of Iobates have just begun. The velvet shadows of the castle walls clung to the air like a lover's desperate caress, thick with the scent of regret and the weight of unspoken promises. Outside, the night was alive, a tapestry of stars blinking with secrets, whispering tales of old. Inside, Princess Philano stood frozen in the flickering candlelight, her heart a wild symphony of dread and longing, thudding against her ribcage like a hammer against stone. I remember the first time I saw him, she thought, the memory a ghost that danced just beyond her reach. It was a stolen glance at the tournament, a flash of auburn hair and green eyes that seemed to hold the entirety of the universe in their depths. But that was then, and this was now, and the weight of the crown felt heavier than a mountain pressing down on her soul. "Where is he?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the thick silence. Panic clawed at her insides, turning her stomach into a tempest. She paced the room, the ornate tapestries whispering secrets of betrayal and loyalty, their embroidery depicting scenes of love unfulfilled. They knew her pain, they had witnessed every tear, every hidden smile. And then there was Athelstan, the knight who wore his honor like a second skin. He was everything she dreamed of and feared. His sword was sharp, his heart even sharper, and his loyalty bound by chains of duty that rattled every time he looked at her. "I can't be with you," he had said, his voice a gravelly whisper in the moonlight, not while war looms like a storm. But how could he turn away? How could he not feel the gravity of their connection tugging at him, pulling him closer like the tides to the shore? I remember, Athelstan thought, the memory like shards of glass embedded deep in his psyche. The way her laughter rang through the air, a melody that broke the silence of an oppressive world. The way she looked at him, as if he were something more than just a soldier, a myth, a hero forged in a crucible of fire and blood. And yet here he stood, torn between worlds, caught in a tempest of his own making. The door creaked open, and there he was. Athelstan, a silhouette against the backdrop of moonlight, a human embodiment of her every wish and desire. But the shadows clung to him, darkening the edges of his presence. "I came as soon as I could," he breathed, regret lacing his words, "but I'm not alone." Those words fell between them like a chasm, and for a moment, time stopped. She could hear her heart racing, louder than the music of the court, deafening in its urgency. Shadows danced behind him, cloaked figures waiting just outside the door, their intentions hidden beneath layers of darkness. "They're coming for you, Philano," he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "You must understand, I cannot protect you if I am shackled to the throne." She shook her head, disbelief swirling in her chest. "What about us? What about what we feel?" "Feelings are luxury we cannot afford," he replied, his green eyes dimming with the weight of inevitability. The words hung in the air, a fragile glass ornament ready to shatter at the slightest touch. "Luxury," she spat, anger igniting her blood. "Is that what this has always been to you? A mere fancy?" Athelstan stepped closer, reaching for her hand, but she recoiled. The heat of his palm felt like fire and ice, both searing and numbing. "You don't understand, Philano. I am bound to the kingdom. I owe it to the people, to my father, to protect you. Do you love me?" The question hung between them, a daring leap into the abyss of vulnerability. "Tell me the truth." He faltered, and in that silence, the world trembled. She saw his heart laid bare, cracked and bleeding. She saw the truth glinting in the darkness like a knife's edge, a truth that frightened her more than the approaching storm. "I remember," he started, but the words caught in his throat, suffocated by the weight of what they could mean. A cacophony of noise erupted outside the castle walls, the angry shouts of soldiers mingling with the cries of terrified townsfolk. Athelstan's expression shifted to one of grim resolve as he turned toward the door, ready to face the chaos. "I have to go," he said, the words a bitter pill. "No. You can't leave me." The desperation clawed at her throat, her fists clenched tight. "You can't just walk away." But he was already stepping back, drawn to the shadows as if they were a siren's call. "I must protect you, even if it means stepping away from you." And just like that, the distance grew, stretching their hearts thin like a taut string ready to snap. The castle shuddered as the door burst open, soldiers pouring in with heavy boots and swords raised, their battle cries echoing through the hallowed halls. Philano's pulse quickened, a drumbeat of dread. She could feel the world closing in, the walls narrowing like a noose around her heart. Shadows shifted and danced, her past and future converging in that very moment. Athelstan turned, the weight of his choices heavy upon him, and in that fleeting second, their eyes locked, the silent conversation more profound than any words could convey. The love that had ignited between them was a wildfire, consuming everything in its path, but now it flickered in the face of danger, a fragile flame fighting against the gusts of fate. And then the world exploded. No longer a princess in a gilded cage, Philano felt the shackles of expectation shatter around her. She was a tempest, fierce and unyielding, ready to claim her heart's desire, no matter the cost. She stepped forward into the fray, heart racing, ready to fight for what was hers, even if it meant embracing chaos, even if it meant stepping into the shadows alongside the man who had captured her soul. The night deepened, wrapping them in an embrace both terrifying and exhilarating, as the sounds of battle became the backdrop to a love that refused to be extinguished. They would stand together, or fall apart, either way. The dance of fate had begun, their hearts beating as one in the crescendo of chaos. And as the storm broke, the darkness loomed, and the stars whispered their secrets. All that mattered was the connection forged in the fire of their desires. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a death knell through the dimly lit streets of Ildridge. I stood there, breathless, my heart pounding so hard it felt like a wild creature trying to escape my chest. Shadows flickered and danced in the corners of the narrow alley, where whispers curled like smoke, carrying secrets sharper than daggers. Rumors had taken root, spreading through the town like a plague, and I was caught in their relentless grip. "It's true, you know." A voice slithered through the darkness, each word dripped with venomous delight. It was Clara, her laughter a brittle echo, resonating with a jealousy that was both intoxicating and terrifying. They say she's been seen with him. Under the moonlight, hands intertwined. Can you believe that? I didn't need to ask who she meant. My breath caught in my throat like a fish on a hook. Lila? My heart twisted painfully at the thought of her. The girl who wore dreams like a second skin. The girl I thought would always be mine. Yet here she was, tangled in a web of deceit, her name dangling from Clara's lips like a ripe fruit ready to fall. They've been plotting against us, haven't they? Clara's eyes glinted with something dark. You can't let them get away with this. The way she spoke, so sure, so confident, made my gut churn. I could see the wheels turning in her mind, the jealousy molding her into something twisted and almost monstrous. I started, but the words evaporated. I felt the weight of every unspoken thought, every suspicion that had haunted me since this all began. Was it possible? Could Lila betray me so easily? The very idea clawed at my insides, raw and unrelenting. The silence that followed was heavy, a blanket of discomfort smothering any remnants of trust. I found myself trapped in a maelstrom of what ifs. I remember the way Lila's laughter used to fill the air with light, how her presence was a balm for my restless heart. But now? Now, every moment spent together felt tainted by doubt. I murmured, my voice cracking like thin ice. I remember when we dreamed together, Lila and me, beneath the stars. Every wish whispered into the night was a promise we'd never betray one another. But those dreams felt like ghosts now, flitting away just as the sunlight fades into dusk. Clara leaned closer, her breath hot against my skin. There's still time to make her see, she urged, her voice low and conspiratorial. You just need to show her who you really are. Make her regret the choices she's made. The thrill in her voice sent a shiver down my spine. It was intoxicating, the idea of revenge, but it also felt like poison. I shook my head, a futile attempt to clear the fog. I couldn't hurt Lila. But the thought lingered, a dark specter gnawing at my soul. Was I strong enough to confront her? To face the truth beneath the surface of the rumors that slithered through Eldridge like a serpent ready to strike? The shadows around us shifted. I could feel the tension pulsating in the air like a living thing. Each heartbeat marked the passage of time, a countdown to the confrontation that loomed ahead. And then, like a cruel twist of fate, I saw her. Lila, standing just at the edge of the alley, bathed in silvery moonlight, her expression unreadable. Lila, I breathed, but it felt like a prayer whispered into a void. Clara's grip tightened on my arm, her nails biting into my skin, a reminder that I was not alone in this. Don't. Clara's voice was sharp, laced with warning. Listen to what she has to say. But what could she say that would unravel this knotted mess of emotions? What could she say to cut through the churning storm of jealousy and betrayal that had become our lives? I watched as Lila's gaze flickered between us, confusion etching lines across her brow. Is it true? The question hung in the air, thick with the weight of our shared history, the memories buried beneath layers of hurt and misunderstanding. Is what true? I clenched my fists, desperate to anchor myself against the tide of uncertainty. That feeling of being swallowed whole by the very emotions I fought to suppress was overwhelming. Is it true that you've chosen her? Lila's voice trembled, each word a dagger aimed straight for my heart. Clara's laughter cut through the tension. Oh, but can't you see? It's the rumors that bind you together. Without them, what do you have? The truth stung, slippery and raw. I wanted to scream, to lash out at Clara for sowing discord, but all I could manage was a choked breath. I remembered the dreams, the promises, the laughter. I remembered the warmth of Lila's hand in mine, and the way her eyes sparkled under the stars. I remember when we promised to never let anyone come between us, I said, my voice trembling as I fought against the tide of jealousy threatening to drown me. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm filled with unspoken words. The echoes of our past lingered like shadows, warping the truth in ways I couldn't comprehend. I felt the sharp edge of betrayal slicing deeper, and in that moment, I knew, this wasn't just about rumors. This was about love, trust, and the fragile threads that held us together. As Clara's laughter faded into the night, I understood that the real trickery was not in the rumors themselves, but in how quickly they could unravel the bonds of friendship and loyalty. I could see it in Lila's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the sting of betrayal. But before I could speak, before the words could spill out and mend the wounds, I felt the ground shift beneath me. The darkness wrapped around us like a suffocating cloak, and I wasn't sure if we would emerge from the other side unscathed. In that moment, I realized, as the clock chimed again, this was just the beginning. The pressure of jealousy was a life force of its own, ready to unleash chaos upon us all. And as the darkness lingered, I knew, whatever came next would test the very fabric of our souls. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings and the metallic tang of blood, a cruel reminder that even the gods could bleed. Bellerophon stood at the precipice of his triumph, staring into the abyss of the abyss. The sky turned a bruised shade of purple, and for a moment, he felt invincible, like a phoenix poised to conquer the heavens. But then, a whisper in the wind, almost like a ghost, curling through his mind, pride before the fall. He could hear the faint gasps of the onlookers, their breaths hitching as they beheld him, the golden hero on his gilded steed, Pegasus. Glory wrapped around him like a shroud, but beneath it simmered a feverish doubt. They had cheered for him, the boy who tamed the wild beast, the man who dared challenge the divine. Yet, in the pit of his stomach, a dark shadow coiled tight, whispering his name in a mocking refrain. Bellerophon, Bellerophon, he turned, expecting to find some familiar face in the crowd, some voice of reason. Instead, he found only shadows, faces twisted by envy, hollowed by desperation. One stood out, fierce and untamed, a woman with fiery hair and stormy eyes, Antia. She had loved him, once, before the glimmer of glory eclipsed their bond. "Stop," she cried, voice slicing through the thickening air like a blade. "You think you've escaped the chains of mortality?" The wind tugged at her words, twisting them into something unrecognizable, something that clawed at the edges of his mind. "You're dancing on the precipice, Bellerophon. You don't see it, but the gods are watching, waiting, silence." He spat, the word bitter on his tongue. He was no longer a boy, he was a conqueror. He had earned this, hadn't he? With each conquest, he had carved his name into the annals of myth, building a statue of himself with the bones of his foes. The whispers of doubt were like raindrops against armor, annoying, but futile. But doubt has a way of festering, of growing roots deep in the soil of a proud heart. And that's when the shadows deepened, when the laughter of the crowd turned sinister, echoing back to him like the tolling of a funeral bell. He could feel Antia's gaze burn into him, a reminder of what he had sacrificed for his ambition, and it ignited something restless within him, a blend of anger and regret that surged like a tide against the walls of his resolve. "Is this who you wanted to be?" she pressed. "A hero to those who do not care if you live or die. You've forgotten the taste of true triumph, haven't you? When was the last time you reveled in something not shadowed by your own ambition?" Damn her! How dare she? The words fought to escape his lips, but his throat was tight with the weight of unacknowledged truth. He remembered when they had chased stars, when laughter spilled like sunlight between them. But those days were buried beneath a golden veneer of glory, a veneer that cracked when he dared to rise too high, too fast. He turned his back on her, but her voice chased him. "What will you do when the gods turn their eyes from you? When the sun no longer bathes you in warmth, but in shadows? Do you think your battles will shield you from their wrath?" There it was, the thread of fear, raw and visceral, weaving its way through the fabric of his pride. He had slain monsters, conquered kingdoms, and yet, standing at the edge of the world, he felt like a child lost in the dark. Suddenly, a crash. The sky erupted, and from the gathering storm, a figure descended, a deity cloaked in fury, wielding a lightning bolt that shimmered with divine wrath. "Bellerophon," the voice thundered, reverberating through the very marrow of his bones. "You have toyed with fate, and now you shall pay." Fury mixed with despair as he realized the folly of his hubris. The gods had not been silent, simply biding their time. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, the whimper of his bravado slipping away like sand through fingers. "Your life," The voice echoed, and in that moment, he understood. All those dreams of glory, accolades, the throne of Olympus, it was a gilded cage. The shadows danced around him, coiling tighter. He felt the grip of fear, raw, unrelenting, squeeze his heart. He glanced back at Antia, her face pale like the moon. She was a ghost of his past, haunting him with every choice he had made. I remember, he whispered, and the memories flooded in, days spent in laughter, nights filled with whispered dreams. Everything he had cast aside for the fleeting shimmer of a crown. I remember when pride was merely a spark, Antia's voice trembled. Now it is a wildfire that consumes you. The storm raged around them, but within that chaos, a moment crystallized. Time suspended, like the breath held before the plunge. He could feel the raw weight of everyone's hopes, dreams, and fears settle upon his shoulders. An ache blossomed in his chest, a desperate longing for connection, for love, for redemption, and understanding that he was not alone in this spiral of rage and despair. "Please, Bellerophon," Antia murmured, stepping closer, her eyes pleading. "Don't let them take you." But the thunder clapped within him, drowning her out. The clash of destiny and desire echoed like a vicious drumbeat. He was a tempest, caught between the earth and the heavens, between the man he was and the monster he had become. "Fate," he bellowed, laughter tinged with madness. "I will forge my own. I will not bow." And yet, even as the words left his lips, he felt the tremor of doubt. The echoes of the crowd shifted, mocking him, as if the cosmos itself had turned its back. In that endless heartbeat, Bellerophon stood on the brink, not only of the battlefield but of his very soul. The laughter mingled with cries, and the skies darkened, a canvas painted with the hues of his destruction. Fear clawed at him, a primal instinct to flee, to hide. But flight was no longer an option. The confrontation loomed, and there was no escaping the reckoning that awaited. The air crackled with the weight of impending doom, and the shadows stretched longer, whispering in forgotten tongues as the storm gathered around him. The abyss stared back, and within that gaze, he felt the chill of inevitable despair. But amidst the chaos, a flicker of defiance ignited within him, urging him to fight, not for glory, but for the very essence of who he might still become. The confrontation with the divine was not merely to save his life, it was a chance to reclaim the soul he had lost in the pursuit of becoming more than human. And as the storm roared and the shadows closed in, Bellerophon realized that the greatest battle lay not against the gods, but within himself. Silence clung to the air, thick and oppressive, an uninvited guest in a room where shadows danced like errant memories. I stood there, a ghost in my own skin, heart racing, pulse drumming against the walls of my chest like a restless prisoner. The clock hung on the wall, its hands frozen at midnight, mocking time itself. Outside, the world continued, blissfully unaware of the chaos spiraling within me. Evelyn's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that twisted into something darkly beautiful. I remember her eyes, bright and full of mischief, shining like stars before the night swallowed them whole. A flicker of warmth ignited in my chest before it was snuffed out by the chill of realization. She was gone. The memories clawed at me, relentless, each one a blade that sliced deeper into the fabric of my sanity. "Time doesn't forget," I whispered to no one, standing amidst the wreckage of her absence. The air was electric with the ghosts of what once was, conversations half finished, promises made, dreams that danced just out of reach. I pressed my palms against the wall, feeling the rough texture beneath my fingertips, grounding me in this reality that felt anything but real. I could still feel her, like a whisper on the wind, but it was a cruel game, teasing me with echoes of her laughter that turned into cries of despair. It had been 2 months since the accident, 2 months since the light of my life dimmed to a flicker. The city outside pulsed with life, honks, laughter, sirens, but for me, it was a cacophony of betrayal. How could they laugh when she was gone? Milo stood in the corner, a shadow shaped like a man, burdened by the weight of his own demons. He was my anchor, yet I could feel him slipping, a thread unraveling in the tapestry of our friendship. His dark curls tousled, eyes sunken, a mirror to my own madness. "You can't keep doing this, Jonah," he said, voice hoarse, like gravel underfoot. "You'll drown." But drowning felt like freedom, it felt like release. I stared into Milo's eyes, searching for the promise of understanding but finding only fear, a fear that I'd slip past the point of return, fear that I'd take him down with me. I remember when we were kids, how we'd lie on the roof, counting stars and dreaming of futures that seemed painted in gold. Now, those dreams lay scattered like shattered glass, glinting cruelly in the dark. Dreams of divinity, I murmured, the phrase thick on my tongue, heavy with irony. What divine fate had taken Evelyn? What higher power had deemed her life expendable? The universe loomed above me, vast and indifferent, a cosmic joke at my expense. I felt the walls closing in, the air growing heavier as the weight of unanswered questions suffocated me. Milo's hand on my shoulder anchored me momentarily, but it was a fleeting warmth, one that couldn't hold back the tide of grief. We can't stay here forever. His voice was a quiet plea, but it ignited an ember of anger within me. Why should I seek the light when the darkness held everything I loved? I turned away, my breath hitching as memories surged, Evelyn's touch, soft and fleeting, the way her laughter filled the void like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Then came the crash, the shattering glass, the screams that echoed in my mind like a never-ending loop. I could still smell the burning rubber, feel the sharpness of despair cut through the air. Jonah, Milo's voice trembled, a crack in his facade, you're slipping. I'm not slipping, I snapped, fury igniting as I faced him. I choked on the words, swallowed by the crushing weight of reality. I was lost, adrift in a storm of memories that threatened to devour me whole. I'm fighting. Fighting for what? He countered, his patience wearing thin. For a ghost? For a dream that isn't real. In that moment, the world collapsed around me. The shadows twisted, clawing at my sanity. I remember the last time I'd seen her, how she'd smiled, a bright beacon in the night. I remember her voice, soft and melodic, promise me you'll find the light, Jonah. There it was, the unraveling thread, the knot in my stomach that tightened with each breath. Promise me, her voice echoed, and I was spiraling, tumbling through the abyss of my mind. I could almost see her, a flickering candle in the dark, but each time I reached out, she slipped further away. Milo stepped closer, cautious, worry etched across his features. What if she's not gone? He murmured, a shadow of hope. What if she's watching? The thought struck me, a jolt of electricity coursing through my veins. What if she was? What if all the dreams we had were still there, tangled in the fabric of the universe, waiting to be unearthed? The thought was intoxicating, a drug that danced on the edges of my consciousness. Then we find her, I said, a desperate conviction rising within me. We weren't just fighting shadows, we were battling the very essence of our own despair. Together, we could chase the ghosts, breathe life into the memories that haunted us. Milo's gaze pierced through the haze of my anguish, something like determination flickering in his eyes. Together, he echoed, and I felt the weight of his promise settle between us, a fragile bond tethered by shared loss. The clock struck, and the sound reverberated through the silence, a death knell for the past we could never reclaim. But in that moment, I felt alive, a heartbeat against the void. The city outside pulsed, a living organism, and I knew we were part of something larger than ourselves. We were warriors in the realm of the forgotten, armed with the memories of those lost to us. As the shadows deepened, we stepped into the night, a breath of defiance against the suffocating darkness. The air crackled with the unspoken promise of what lay ahead, a confrontation with our own fears, a desperate search for the light. I could feel the pull of the cosmos, a whisper that promised dreams of divinity, echoing in my soul. And as we walked, the weight of our despair transformed into a flicker of hope, a fragile flame that danced against the encroaching darkness. The night held its breath, and I could almost hear Evelyn's laughter, a haunting melody that surged through the silence, pulling me deeper into the unknown. I remember. The air hung heavy with anticipation, crackling like a live wire. The scent of blood, fresh and metallic, clung to the damp stones of the ancient courtyard, where shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. A figure stood there, chest heaving, heart racing, as the echoes of battle faded into a haunting silence. Kellen, the hero they hailed, felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him, people, gods, ghosts. He could almost hear their whispers, could almost see the fleeting faces of the fallen. You were meant to be a savior, their voices taunted, a chorus of betrayal woven into the very fabric of his being. Kellen clenched his fists, the rough leather of his gauntlets biting into his skin. "I need no gods," he hissed, defiance igniting the raw edges of his soul. But in that moment, the universe seemed to pause, holding its breath, as if waiting for the thunderous clash of arrogance and consequence. The gods he had scorned stood just beyond the veil of his perception, watching, waiting, their judgment as cold as the iron of his sword. Across the courtyard, Myra knelt, cradling the lifeless body of her brother, her tears mingling with the earth, staining the soil a deeper shade of despair. There was a time when she believed in heroes, when she thought Kellen could save them from the darkness that crept ever closer. But that was before the world twisted, before the gods turned their back, before Kellen's hubris tore through their lives like a wild beast. "You think you can defy them," she whispered, voice cracking under the weight of her grief. "You think you can forge your own destiny? Look around you. Look at what you've done." Kellen flinched at her words, a knife twisting in his gut. She had once worshipped him, a shining idol crafted from the tales of triumph woven into the tapestry of their lives. But now, she gazed at him with eyes full of accusation, eyes that seemed to peel back the layers of pretense until all that remained was the raw flesh of truth. "They said you were chosen," she continued, her voice rising, each syllable laced with venom. "Chosen to lead us into glory, not to leave us in the ashes of your arrogance." He wanted to retort, to unleash the fire that burned within him, but all that emerged was a rasping breath. "I was chosen by no one," he croaked, the bitterness tasting like ash on his tongue. "I made my own path." The echoes of his own defiance rang hollow, bouncing off the crumbling walls like a ghost of the man he once was. In that moment, he felt the fracture deep within him, the chasm where courage used to reside, now filled with doubt and regret. Each heartbeat drummed a frantic rhythm, a countdown to the reckoning that loomed like a storm on the horizon. Time stretched and walked around them, as if the cosmos itself conspired to amplify their despair. And then there was Oren, the wise fool, who stood on the periphery, watching the ruin unfold. He had always believed in balance, in the delicate dance between ambition and humility. "You think you're invincible," he called out, his voice steady yet laced with a tremor of concern. "But the cosmos has a way of reminding us of our place. You've rejected not just the gods, but the very fabric of fate itself." His words hung in the air, a spectral hand reaching toward Kellen, urging him to reconsider. Could he face the truth that Oren offered, that beneath the chiseled facade of strength lay a fragile heart? The memories flooded back, moments of laughter and camaraderie before the darkness swallowed them whole, a fleeting glimpse of a time when they believed in the promise of tomorrow. "I remember," Kellen began, but the words fell flat, crumbling like the ruins around them. "I remember when we were invincible." Myra's gaze pierced through him, fierce and unyielding. "Invincible? Look around you, Kellen. We are buried beneath the weight of your arrogance. Your dreams have turned to nightmares." Each accusation was a dagger, piercing through layers of self-deception, yet he held on to the last vestiges of defiance. "I did this for us," he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. "I fought for a future we could shape ourselves, free from their shackles." The ground trembled beneath them, echoing the turmoil in Kellen's heart as the gods stirred, their wrath building like a gathering storm. Shadows lengthened, stretching out like spectral fingers, grasping for his soul. Could he truly escape their punishment? Or was he but a moth fluttering into a flame, drawn by the heat of his own hubris? "Is that what you think?" Oren stepped closer, a haunted look in his eyes. "You've made us pawns in your game. This isn't freedom, it's a prison of your making." Kellen's mind raced, the flicker of doubt igniting a wildfire of emotions, fear, rage, sadness twisting together like the roots of ancient trees. He had fought the gods, defied their will, but at what cost? Was he a hero or merely a fool, dancing on the precipice of oblivion? "Stop! Just stop!" Myra cried, her voice a desperate plea. "You're losing everything. You're losing us." The word struck Kellen like a hammer, shattering the fragile glass of his resolve. He could see it now, the once vibrant dreams reduced to ashes, the laughter of their youth replaced by the haunting silence of loss. The gods were not just figures in the sky, they were the very essence of life, joy intertwined with suffering, light shadowed by darkness. Gods or not, he whispered, the finality of his admission clawing at his throat, I can't fight this alone. As the tension thickened, time seemed to pause, the air heavy with the gravity of their choices. With trembling hands, Kellen reached out toward Myra, toward Oren, as if grasping for a lifeline. But the shadows shivered, and the ground trembled beneath them, a reminder that rejecting the divine had consequences, consequences that clawed at the edges of their reality. In that moment of despair, the sky split open, and the heavens wept their fury. The storm was coming, a reckoning born from their choices. And as the first drops of rain fell like tears upon the broken earth, Kellen realized he stood not just against the gods but against the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, imperfect, and achingly beautiful in its desperation. And so their fate hung in the balance, suspended between the lingering echoes of love and loss, a fractured promise that would either forge a path to redemption or plunge them deeper into darkness. The storm rumbled, and the confrontation loomed, a tidal wave of emotion set to crash down upon them, spiraling into the abyss, a relentless cycle of chaos and clarity that might never find resolution. The sky roared, an angry grey canvas streaked with flashes of purple as if the gods themselves were wrestling with their own despair. Bellerophon stood at the precipice, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing the dread that gnawed at his insides. This was the moment, a silent scream hung in the air, the weight of destiny pressing down. A fallen star's light flickered in his eyes, blurring the line between dreams and nightmares. "Do you see it?" he whispered, his voice trembling. The figure beside him, a shadow of her former self, nodded. Philino, the woman who once danced with the sun in her laughter, now haunted by ghosts. Each step they took was a dance with the abyss, a waltz that ignited a nameless fear within him. Bellerophon could feel her heart racing, a wild animal trapped in a snare. I remember when we thought we were invincible," she replied, her fingers brushing against the cold stone of the ledge. The memory dripped from her words, sweet and bitter all at once. Back then, they were stars, bright and untouchable, soaring through life's chaos with reckless abandon. But that was before the flames had consumed their wings, before her brother's jealousy turned the world upside down. Far below, the city lay sprawled like a carcass, its streets filled with whispers of betrayal. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, of lovers tangled in each other's arms, oblivious to the shadows creeping across the cobblestones. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice breaking. The question hung heavy, a noose tightening around their fates. "I don't know," he admitted, the honesty tearing at him. The truth tasted metallic on his tongue. He was a man without a plan, a hero stripped of glory. "All I know is that if we jump, we either fly or fall." And there it was, the heart of the matter, so simple, yet so profound. The fall was more than a mere descent, it was surrender, a plunge into the unknown. He imagined the rush, the wind screaming past, but with each heartbeat, he felt the pull of gravity, the weight of despair dragging him down, down, down. "Do you remember the first time we rode together?" The corner of her mouth quirked upward, a fragile smile that shattered the darkness momentarily. "You fell off and landed right in that mud pit. We laughed until we cried." "I remember," he said, the warmth of that memory washing over him like sunlight breaking through clouds. But now, even that sweet nostalgia tasted like ash. He could see her brother's eyes burning with envy, a fire that consumed everything in its path. "But this isn't the same, Philino." "This is different," she interrupted, her voice rising, desperation clawing through her words. "It's always different. Yet here we are, at the same ledge, fighting the same demons." Her gaze flickered to the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight bled into the earth, a grim reminder of what was at stake. A chill raced down his spine, he could almost feel the whispers of the gods, taunting him from beyond the void. "What if we fail?" he muttered, though the question felt like poison on his lips. "What if we fall and never rise again?" "Every time we rise, we are reborn," she countered, her voice steady now, a lifeline thrown into stormy seas. There was a strength in her that he envied, a resilience that kept her tethered to hope, even as despair nipped at their heels. But if we don't try, we will never know. He glanced down again, the ground mocking him with its unforgiving solidity. And what if your brother? Enough! Her shout pierced the air, the rawness of her pain cutting deeper than any blade. I refuse to let him win. I refuse to let him take any more from us. The energy shifted, crackling like the air before a storm. Bellerophon felt it in his bones, the tension rising, coiling tighter with every breath. She was the fire, and he was the flame, flickering dangerously close to being snuffed out. Then let's jump, he said, a challenge rising within him, a spark igniting the ashes of his resolve. Let's show them what we're made of. The words tumbled out, raw and fierce, carrying the weight of their shared dreams, their hopes, their fears. I'm scared, she admitted, the vulnerability cracking her facade like glass. But I want to believe. He reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers, both trembling yet electric with possibility. Then we believe together. Time stood still, the universe holding its breath, and in that moment, everything faded, the impending doom, the shadows of their past, the specter of her brother looming large. It was just them, suspended in a fragile bubble of possibility, the chaos outside muted to a dull roar. On 3, he said, the word slipping from his mouth with an urgency that matched the rapid thudding of their hearts. 1, 2, and then the ground beneath them shifted, the universe exploded into motion, a cacophony of sound and fury. They leapt, the air rushing past them, the freedom intoxicating, a burst of color and chaos. And in that suspended heartbeat, as gravity held its breath, they were not mere mortals, they were legends. But then, the noise of the world rushed back in, echoing their shared gasp of terror as reality slammed into them. His heart shattered as he realized the plunge was not just a leap, but a fall into darkness. They fell, plummeting deeper into the abyss, screaming against the storm, the weight of their choices crashing down like the very sky above them. The ground loomed closer, and the shadows of their past swirled around them like ghosts, whispering promises of despair. As the earth approached, he felt the burning desire to protect her, to shield her from the inevitable. But in that chaotic moment, all they had left was the shared terror that filled the chasm between them, and the hope that together, somehow, they could defy fate. And then, darkness swallowed them whole. The hollow thud of a wooden door slamming against its frame shattered the stillness of the dimly lit room, sending a shiver down my spine. I stood there, heart hammering, as shadows spiraled around me like whispering phantoms. It was the kind of darkness that pressed against your chest, suffocating yet intoxicating. Outside, the world kept spinning, but inside this forsaken silence, I felt every heartbeat echoing like thunder, each pulse a reminder of the isolation that clung to me like a second skin. Ruffa, my brother, stood frozen at the threshold, his eyes wide, reflecting a fear I hadn't seen before. The skin around his mouth tightened, stilling the words that begged to be released. I could feel the weight of his uncertainty, the quaking foundation of a brother who had always been my protector. But now, as night fell over our crumbling refuge, he had become another shadow, lost to the lurking despair. I remember when we used to laugh, I whispered, my voice thin, trembling like a candle flame fighting against the wind. The memories tugged at me, bittersweet tendrils of joy woven into our shared history. But laughter felt like a ghost now, haunting me with its absence. A flicker of recognition passed through Ruffa's gaze, and for a moment, I saw the boy who'd once danced in the sunlight, carefree and unburdened. But that light had been snuffed out, extinguished by the weight of our exile. We can't linger here, Lila, he finally said, his voice a low growl, breaking the silence with a tension that hummed in the air. They're close. I know, I replied, though the words tasted bitter on my tongue. I could feel the gnawing dread, the creeping fingers of panic tightening around my throat. We were prisoners in our own desolation, living in a city that had forgotten us, a place where even the air felt heavy with secrets. The shadows danced behind Ruffa, mocking our fears. They whispered tales of betrayal and loss, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls themselves were closing in, watching, waiting, a suffocating presence that urged me to flee, yet bound me to this place. Let's go, I urged, every syllable a plea soaked in desperation. The urgency in my voice sliced through the stillness, but I knew he hesitated, as if he didn't want to leave the remnants of what we once had. But the night was alive with danger, and I could feel it, the palpable tension, like the crack of thunder before a storm, building and building, threatening to unleash chaos upon us. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second slashing through the air, a reminder that time was slipping away. Ruffer turned, and in that moment, I saw the shadows that had encroached upon him, twisting his features with doubt.
What if we're walking into a trap?
His voice trembled, uncertainty coloring his words. I reached out, grasping his arm, the skin cool beneath my fingers. It doesn't matter. We can't stay here. We'll die here. The truth of it clawed at me, raw and unyielding. I remembered the faces of those who had vanished, swallowed by the dark, friends, family, their laughter fading into silence like echoes lost in the void. Then let's make it count, he said, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes, burning away his fears. Together. Together. The word hung between us, a fragile promise that tethered me to hope. The shadows shifted, their icy tendrils brushing against my skin, but I couldn't allow fear to hold me captive. With one hesitant breath, we stepped into the abyss, leaving the safety of our solitude behind. The streets were alive with a pulse of their own, and yet, they felt like a graveyard, filled with ghosts of what was once vibrant, now muted in shades of grey. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life, now lay in ruins, a canvas smeared with despair. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of lost dreams and broken lives, each corner echoing with the laughter of those who had vanished. And then, just as we turned a corner, we froze. A figure loomed ahead, a silhouette against the dying light, and my heart dropped into my stomach. It was Mara, a girl who had once been our friend, her eyes wide, haunted, like windows into a darkened soul. Mara! I called, and the name felt like a lifeline, but it hung in the air, trembling, fragile. She didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, a statue carved from fear. My mind raced. What had happened to her? What darkness had she seen? The shadows wrapped around her like a cloak, and I could feel the chill radiating from her, a sorrow so deep it threatened to swallow her whole. You shouldn't be here, she finally whispered, her voice trembling, the words laced with panic. They're watching. The urgency in her tone hit me like a punch, and I glanced at Ruffer, whose eyes mirrored my own dread. Who? I managed to ask, but my voice was a mere whisper in the growing shadows. Mara stepped closer, her features sharp with fear. The exiles, she said, as if the very name was a curse. They're coming for you. They know what you did. The world spun around me, each revelation sinking its claws deeper into my soul. I felt the walls closing in again, but I refused to be paralyzed by fear. What did we do? I asked, my voice steady, though my heart raced. Everything, she replied, her eyes wide, haunted. You're living among shadows, Lila. You don't even see it. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was just too lost, too entwined in this web of darkness that had ensnared us all. A sound shattered the air, a low growl, like the rumble of distant thunder, and my heart seized. I turned to Ruffer, whose face now mirrored my own fear, a reflection of uncertainty and desperation. The shadows thickened, pulsing with malevolence, and a chill ran down my spine. Run! I screamed, the command bursting forth as if from some primal instinct. We moved then, hearts pounding in unison, racing deeper into the city's grasp, the shadows chasing us relentlessly, a haunting reminder of our own fragility. But as we fled, the darkness grew thicker, the air heavy with dread and uncertainty. I could feel it closing in, could sense the eyes watching from the shadows, waiting for our next move. And as we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just running from them. We were running from ourselves, from the ghosts that had become our reality, and the truth that lay hidden amongst the shadows. Time slipped away, each second a fleeting heartbeat against a vast, unyielding cosmos. The hunt was on, and we were the hunted, racing deeper into the abyss, caught in the relentless cycle of fear and despair. We were living among shadows. And the night was far from over. The moon hung low, a silver coin locked in the grip of dying twilight. Shadows twisted and danced in the alleyways of the city, whispering secrets of regret and longing. Bellerophon stood against the rough stone wall, heart pounding like a war drum, his breath shallow and rapid. He could feel the pulse of his dreams quaking beneath his skin, thrumming a frantic beat that echoed the memories of battles won and lost. A shiver crawled down his spine, each breath a reminder of the ghosts that haunted him, the people he had failed. I remember the thrill of the chase, the sharp taste of victory, but most of all, I remember the faces of those I left behind. Faces that had cheered as I took to the skies, but now, their cheers felt like a weight on my chest, pushing me deeper into the shadows. I had faced monsters, conquered beasts, but the real horrors lurked within. I was not a hero, I was a coward masquerading in glory. Bellerophon. A voice sliced through the thick air, brash, desperate. Talia emerged from the darkness, her eyes gleaming with fear and determination. She was not just a fleeting shadow. No, she was the heart of my turmoil, the reminder of what I had sacrificed. Her hand shook, the moonlight illuminating the scars of old battles etched into her delicate skin. You can't run from this. Not anymore. I felt the heat of her words sear through me, but my feet remained rooted in place. I couldn't face her, couldn't bear the weight of her disappointment. What do you want from me, Talia? Do you want me to accept that I destroyed everything? She stepped closer, her breath mingling with the cool night air. You think you're a monster? Her voice trembled, a fragile thread that barely held. Monsters don't regret. Monsters don't feel. I wanted to scream, to unleash the chaos swirling inside me. But all I could do was stare into her eyes, which mirrored my own confusion, my own regret. I remember the look on her face, I murmured, the memory crashing over me like a tidal wave. She believed in me. She thought I could save her. The image of Andromeda flickered in the back of my mind, her beauty marred by chains, her eyes wide with fear. I had flown high, daring the gods, thinking I could tame fate itself. But as I watched the light fade from her gaze, I understood I was the architect of her despair. Stop it! Talia's voice cut through the fog. You can't keep throwing yourself into that pit. You think you're the only one who's lost. I lost everything. I roared, the desperation clawing at my throat, threatening to choke me. Andromeda, she needed me. I was supposed to be her salvation, and I failed. Failed. Talia shook her head, her hair dancing in the wind, a wild tempest of emotions. No, Bellerophon, you were never her god. You were just a man, flawed and fragile like the rest of us. You can't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders and still walk. You have to let go. Let go? The words struck me like arrows, piercing the armor I had built around my heart. I remember the nights spent awake, replaying every moment, every choice. Each decision haunted me, a relentless specter that wouldn't fade. I wanted to let go, to find peace, but the chains of my mistakes bound me tighter. Look at me. Talia's voice rose, fierce and unwavering. You're drowning in memories, but I'm here, right now. You're not alone. You have me. And there it was, that flicker of hope, the ghost of a possibility. But hope felt like a cruel joke in the shadow of my past. I don't deserve your kindness, I whispered, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. Maybe not, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm here. She stepped forward, her gaze piercing through the fog of despair. We all have our burdens, Bellerophon. Yours are heavy, I know, but you don't have to carry them alone. You can't keep turning your back on everyone who cares for you. I felt the walls closing in, the suffocating silence pressing against me like the weight of the cosmos. What if I can't forgive myself? Then you fight, she said, her eyes fierce like the sun breaking through clouds. You fight for the life you want, not just for the memories you've lost. You owe it to yourself. The shadows around us thickened, swirling like a storm, but in that moment, I saw her, Talia, radiant against the backdrop of my despair. I remembered the laughter we shared, the warmth of her smile, the way her spirit ignited my own. But what if I'm not worth it? Every soul is worth saving, Bellerophon. You have to believe that. The silence that followed hung heavy between us, a fragile thread woven with unspoken fears. My heart thundered in my chest, a desperate rhythm seeking release. I wanted to tear apart the fabric of my past, to shatter the illusions that clung to me like cobwebs. But as I looked into her eyes, wide and full of possibility, I felt a flicker of something I thought I had lost forever, the notion of hope, a fragile flame flickering in the dark. And just like that, the world around us shifted. The city, once alive with shadows, began to fade, the echoes of our conversation lingering like ghosts, trailing behind us as the night deepened. I felt the night pressing in, time folding and stretching, collapsing into a singular moment filled with raw, consuming pain and unexpected light. I remember the way the moonlight felt like a balm on my scarred soul. And in that moment, standing next to Talia, I dared to dream again, to hope again. The tides of regret crashed against me, but in her presence, I felt the possibility of rising above it all. Not yet, not now. But somewhere, deep beneath the layers of despair, a spark ignited. And perhaps, just perhaps, I could learn to live again. The echoes of a scream pierced the suffocating silence of the alley, reverberating off the brick walls like a haunting melody. It was a sound that clawed at the edges of the night, a desperate cry that made the shadows quiver. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribcage, feeling every pulse in my veins. The darkness felt alive, an oppressive weight pressing down, suffocating me in its grasp. I remember the flash of a blade, glinting under the flickering streetlight, a moment suspended in time. And then the figure, Jasmine, her wide eyes reflecting terror, the innocence of a girl caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Help me," she gasped, her voice a fragile whisper, yet it echoed with urgency. I wanted to move, but my feet betrayed me, roots sinking deep into the pavement. My breath hitched as I recalled the last time I saw her, laughter spilling from her lips like the sun breaking through clouds. But that was before. Before the mistake, before the fallout. I could only watch as the darkness wrapped around her, a predator closing in. "Run!" I finally shouted, but the word felt hollow, a shell of the bravery I wished I had. Then there was Marcus, my brother, just a heartbeat away, the weight of his own demons dragging him further into the dark. I saw the conflict in his eyes, the flickering doubt that mirrored my own. "I can't," he said, voice trembling, the ghost of his past haunting every syllable. I wanted to scream at him, to shake him awake from the stupor of guilt that held him captive. But I understood, we were both drowning in the mistakes we had made, the shadows of our decisions looming like a storm on the horizon. "Jas, please!" I cried, but my voice cracked, suffocated by the fear that wrapped around my throat. The fabric of the night felt torn, frayed at the edges, and I could almost taste the bitterness of regret. Jasmine stumbled backward, her back pressing against the cold brick wall, eyes darting, searching for escape. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale a reminder of the danger closing in on her. The figure stepped closer, a silhouette cloaked in darkness, a monster crafted from our worst nightmares. My heart raced, a wild thing wanting to leap from my chest and fly away. The air thickened, a suffocating blanket of despair and desperation. Time stretched, the seconds morphing into an eternity, each one a reminder of what I had failed to protect. I remember the way Jasmine had laughed, bright and wild, a spark of joy that ignited the mundane. How could I have let it come to this? The thought struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the shadows that clung to me. I was supposed to keep her safe, to shield her from the monsters lurking in the corners of our world. And I had failed. "Marcus!" I shouted, snapping him from his stupor. "Help her!" The desperation spilled from my mouth, raw and unfiltered. But he stood frozen, caught between the past and the present, paralyzed by the weight of our shared history. I could see the memories playing out in his eyes, the choices made, the innocence lost. The tiny moments that had led us here, to this very breathless night. But Jasmine was slipping. Her hope faded with each heartbeat, a candle flickering in a storm, and I could feel the warmth of her light slipping away. The figure took another step, a grin stretching across its face, jagged and cruel. I was losing her, and the realization sent a chill down my spine, the kind that resonated with the echoes of our mistakes. Please, she pleaded, voice trembling, and it shattered something deep within me. The sound was a dagger, twisted and sharp, a reminder that we were not just standing on the precipice of danger, we were standing on the edge of our own destruction. I could feel it tightening around us, the noose of our failures, the chains of guilt. I stepped forward, a desperate act, my hands outstretched as if I could somehow pluck her from the jaws of despair. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the weight of my words heavy with untold sorrow. "I'm so sorry." The words hung in the air, fragile and trembling, a thread of hope woven through the fabric of despair. But the figure laughed, a sound that echoed like a death knell, a chilling reminder that hope often flickered just out of reach. And in that moment, I felt time slow, each second stretching out in front of me like a dark abyss. Memories surged, my laughter with Jasmine, the plans we had made, the way we danced in the glow of streetlights. I could almost touch those moments, the warmth of them lingering like a fading dream. "Marcus!" I cried again, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to do something." But his eyes were lost, haunted by shadows of a past that wouldn't let go. I could see him wrestling with his own demons, the weight of his guilt drowning him in silence. "We can't just watch her die." And in the depths of that moment, I felt the universe shift, the air crackling with a raw energy that felt almost alive. I was standing on the precipice of damnation, staring into the abyss, and the abyss stared back. I wanted to scream, to shake the very foundations of the world, but instead, I felt a quiet resolve building within me. Every breath felt like a battle, every heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at play. Time was not our ally, and the shadows were closing in. I reached deeper, summoning courage from a place I didn't know existed. "Jasmine, hold on!" I shouted, each word a lifeline thrown into the chaos. The crowd in my mind roared, voices overlapping, memories colliding, building toward a crescendo of emotion. And somewhere in that maelstrom, a flicker of clarity emerged, a path toward redemption. I had to let go of the past, to confront the ghosts that haunted us. We all did. And as I stepped into the chaos, feeling the weight of Jasmine's fear, Marcus finally stirred. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of recognition, the understanding that we were linked by our failures but bound by a deeper love. We were brothers, and this was our moment. The figure advanced, but we stood our ground, a formidable force united by the promise of redemption. I felt the rush of adrenaline, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in my ears, and in that moment, we were alive. The rain fell in relentless sheets, each drop a tiny hammer pounding the cobblestones of the town square, as if trying to break through the very ground we stood on. I could hear the echo of hooves in the distance, a thundering sound that rippled like shockwaves through my chest. A storm was coming, not just in the sky, but in the hearts of the people gathered beneath the flickering torchlight. Tension dripped from every face, a collective breath held in anticipation, a moment suspended in time. "Where is he?" The words clawed their way out of my throat, raw and desperate. I strained to see through the dim light, searching for the silhouette of my brother, Marcus, who had promised to return. The echoes of his laughter danced in my mind, a ghost of what once was. I remembered the way he'd ride Pegasus, that magnificent stallion, the way he'd leap over fences and streams, as if he were part of the air itself. I remember the last time I saw him, his eyes bright with mischief, the promise of adventure hanging between us. And now, all of it felt like ashes in my mouth. Beside me, Ilara stood, her fists clenched at her sides, her dark hair plastered against her face by the rain. Her spirit was a tempest in itself, brimming with untamed energy that matched the storm. "He'll come back," she murmured, but her voice trembled. I wanted to believe her, but doubt coiled around my heart like a serpent. The night was alive with whispers, fears entwined with hope, as shadows flitted among the trees. Some called it madness, others called it loyalty. But loyalty had a cost, a price we were all too familiar with. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting toward the edges of the forest where the darkness breathed. We were waiting, but waiting for what? I remembered the legends, the stories of Pegasus, the stallion who once soared through the skies, a symbol of freedom and strength. But now, in this moment, the echoes of his name felt like a curse. The stallion's loyalty was a double-edged sword, slicing through our hearts with each beat. Do you think, Ilara began, her voice barely more than a whisper lost in the storm's fury. Do you think he'd choose the stallion over us? The question hung between us, heavy and oppressive. I didn't want to answer, didn't want to think of Marcus riding away, leaving us to drown in our despair. I could see it so clearly in my mind, the glint of his eyes as he took to the sky, the taunt of his laughter echoing in the wind as he left us behind. No, I said, but the word tasted like betrayal on my tongue. He wouldn't. But did I believe it? The ground rumbled beneath us, and I felt the tremors of hooves approaching, a primal heartbeat that quickened my pulse. There! I shouted, pointing toward the tree line. The storm seemed to hold its breath, and we all turned, eyes wide with anticipation. And then he appeared, a silhouette against the darkness. Marcus rode Pegasus like a warrior, a flash of silver and black, the stallion's mane billowing like smoke around him. My heart raced, was it joy or fear that coursed through my veins? But as he drew closer, I saw it, the wildness in his eyes, the way he held the reins as if they were chains. Something was wrong. The exuberance I remembered was replaced by a darkness that sent chills racing along my spine. Ilara! He shouted her name, but his voice was strained, laced with panic. We need to leave. Now! The urgency in his tone ignited a fire within me, a primal instinct to protect. What happened? I called out, dread pooling in my stomach. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, and in that moment, I saw the truth, the weight of his choices, the burden he carried. They're coming, he gasped, breathless. The ones who want him. They'll take Pegasus if we don't hurry. My heart stopped. The tales we had heard, the warnings passed down through generations, all flooded back. The dark figures who sought the stallion, who saw in him not a friend, but a weapon. Pegasus, with his ethereal grace, was coveted by those who thrived on chaos, and now, chaos had a name, Marcus. Ilara, get on, he yelled, urgency eclipsing fear. She hesitated, torn between her loyalty to me and her brother. The storm raged around us, a cacophony of thunder and rain, but all I could hear was the thundering of my heart. Go! I screamed, not knowing if I was urging Marcus or Ilara. I stepped closer to them, desperation clawing at my insides. You have to protect him. Don't you understand? Marcus' voice broke, raw and desperate. If I take him away, if we leave, he'll never be safe again. They'll follow us. Time stretched, the seconds hanging like a noose around our necks. I reached out, fingers brushing against the stallion's flank, feeling the warmth of life beneath the fury of the storm. We can't let them take him. I cried, but my words felt like a whisper in the wind, powerless against the tide of chaos crashing in. The shadows in the trees shifted, a dance of figures lurking just beyond the light. We can't fight them. Ilara's voice trembled, uncertainty clawing at her words. I glanced at the faces surrounding us, the townsfolk, their eyes reflecting fear and doubt. Loyalty, I realized, was a fragile thread binding us. Then we run. But Marcus shook his head, the weight of his choices pressing down on him, the air thick with unspoken truths. I won't let them take him. The storm howled around us, a wild symphony of nature's fury as he prepared to ride into the night, a night at war against shadows. We will find them, I whispered, and somehow, the promise of tomorrow felt both a blessing and a curse. And so, under the shrieking winds, I felt the echoes of Pegasus in my bones, a reminder of the bond we shared. Loyalty was a fierce beast, roaring like thunder, and in that moment, in the heart of the tempest, I realized we were all bound together, by love, by fear, by the echoes of a stallion's heart. The thunderstorm crackled like a DJ set gone wrong, each bolt of lightning illuminating the ancient ruins of Corinth where Bellerophon once stood tall. Rain pounded the earth, drowning the ghostly whispers of legends past. I could almost hear them, those lost souls, their voices mingling with the patter of raindrops, telling tales of triumph and tragedy. The air was thick, pregnant with memories, electrifying and heavy, as if the very ghosts of the past were watching closely, gauging the hearts of those who dared to walk among their shadows. Can you feel it? I shouted over the din of the tempest, turning to my companion, Lyra. Her eyes, bright but haunted, reflected the raw intensity of the storm, a battle between fury and peace, two opposing forces, fraying at the edges. "It's as if they're warning us." "It's just weather," she replied, but there was a tremor in her voice, a hint of something deeper, a fear of what might lie ahead. I recognized it, I felt it too. Something was brewing, more than just clouds and rain. A legacy loomed, a legacy steeped in blood and glory, but also in grief and betrayal. We pressed on, our footsteps squelching in the mud, and I couldn't shake the feeling that every step echoed a tale of Bellerophon, the hero who tamed Pegasus and felled the Chimera, but at what cost? Great achievements often carve the deepest scars. I remember the stories told by flickering firelight, how they painted him a flawless warrior, a man without fear. But I also remember the whispers, the ghosts of his enemies, the faces of those left in his wake, their resentment festering like an exposed wound. Lyra stumbled, and I reached out to steady her. "It's all right," I murmured, but my heart raced. Was it really? We were chasing legends, but legends have a way of ensnaring the living, pulling them into a web of unfinished business. "Just a little further," I urged, my voice a fragile thread woven through the storm's roar. "Do you think he felt it?" she asked, her breath ragged as we neared the stone remnants of a once grand amphitheater. "The weight of his choices." I paused, and there it was, a memory, flickering like a candle on the verge of extinction. Bellerophon, standing before the gods, his heart pounding with the thrill of victory but also with the cloying dread of defeat. "I imagine he did," I replied softly, recalling the stories of his fall from grace, of Hubris turned to dust, and how the very horse that had once soared through the skies became a symbol of his downfall. He was a man, after all. Lyra's gaze wandered to the darkened sky, and I wondered if she, too, imagined him there, straddling that ethereal divide, clutching his destiny in one hand and his failures in the other. "You think we could?" "I don't know. Call him? Ask him?" Her question floated into the air, buoyed by the storm. "Maybe," I whispered, not entirely sure if I believed it. But our hearts were tied to this place, and the stories dripped from the stones like rainwater. "But be careful what you wish for. He may not like being reminded of the price he paid." In that moment, the wind howled, an anguished howl that twisted my insides. An echo, perhaps, of Bellerophon's own cries as he faced the consequences of his choices. I shuddered, feeling the chill creeping into my bones, cold as the spectre of regret. It was inescapable, the burden of expectations, the desire to be more than human, daring to tread where only God should go. Lyra's fist clenched, frustration seeping through her pores like the rain soaking our clothes. "Why do we romanticize him? He's just a man. A flawed man." Her breath hitched, revealing the tumult within, the tremors of her own battles. "We shouldn't glorify this. Shouldn't we learn from it instead?" "Perhaps," I murmured, my thoughts swirling like the storm above us. "But we are drawn to heroes, even the flawed ones." The shadows of countless tales danced around us, and my mind raced with images, the blooded hooves of Pegasus, the charred remains of the Chimera, the whispers of the people, both grateful and vengeful. Heroes are made from the very marrow of conflict. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit up the ruins, and I saw it, the outline of a figure, flickering in the storm's chaos. My heart vaulted into my throat. "Did you see that?" I asked, pulse quickening, fear prickling my skin. "Lyra?" Her eyes widened, mirroring my shock. "I don't know, what was it?" But the storm roared louder, drowning our questions, and I felt the veil between worlds thin, a lure mingling with dread. "Bellerophon?" I whispered, the name escaping my lips like a prayer, or a curse. There was a stillness, a heavy pause where time held its breath. And then, as if the universe had conspired to answer, the wind swirled, and the echo of laughter, a deep, throaty sound, sliced through the thunder. "You dare summon me?" The voice was both beautiful and terrible, shimmering with ancient power. Lyra gasped, her hand gripping mine as if I were her anchor. "What have we done?" she breathed, eyes wide with terror and awe. The figure shimmered closer, his eyes burning with a wild intensity that pierced through the rain and mud. Bellerophon, not the celebrated hero but a man fractured by his choices, a shadow of his former self. I am the storm you sought, he murmured, and within that declaration lay a world of pain. You wish to understand my legacy. What legacy? I managed, my heart pounding. Is it glory? Or is it grief and loss? Both, he replied, voice echoing like the tolling of a bell, an ominous reminder of what was and could never be again. My story is not one of triumph, it is a cautionary tale, a reminder that even heroes bleed. The storm began to wane, the rain easing into a gentle sigh, but the tension lingered, a taut string ready to snap. Lyra's breath quickened. But why tell us this? Why now? Because, Bellerophon intoned, shadows swirling around him like a shroud, to understand the hero is to understand yourself. And in your heart lies the same storm that once raged in mine. And just like that, the figure began to fade, leaving behind echoes that mingled with the remnant of the storm. There was no conclusion, just the relentless rhythm of raindrops on stone, the weight of unspoken truths hanging in the air. As the last flicker of light vanished, I felt the world shift, a cycle unbroken, the threads of history weaving tighter around us. I grasped Lyra's hand, our hearts pounding in sync, the legacy of Bellerophon lingering like a ghost, whispering its murky lessons into the wind. It's midnight, and the city breathes with a fevered pulse, shadows dancing erratically against the cracked pavement beneath a flickering street lamp. I'm standing on the corner, heart racing, as the echoes of laughter from a nearby bar twist into something sinister, something that gnaws at the edges of my sanity. The air is electric, heavy with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt and the whispers of secrets long buried. Can you hear it? Harper asks, her voice barely more than a breath. She stands beside me, eyes wide, glistening like polished obsidian, filled with a longing that cuts deeper than any knife. Harper has always been drawn to the night, the darkness that cradles our fears and desires, but tonight, even she seems afraid. It's calling us, she says, her words laced with a dread I can't ignore. I remember the way she used to look at the world, full of hope, ready to paint it in brilliant colors. Everything has a story, she'd say, her fingers stained with ink from her sketchbook, the pages filled with dreams still half-formed. But tonight, those dreams hang heavy in the air, pulsing like a heartbeat, suffocating me. I glance at the clock in the distance, its hands frozen at the witching hour, a reminder that time can be as cruel as it is unyielding. Then there's Jonah, the third piece of our tortured triangle, a poet who wraps his pain in verses so raw they bleed onto the page. He stands a few feet away, staring into the abyss where light meets dark, where hope meets despair. I can see the turmoil swirling in his chest, the need to capture something ephemeral, like the shadows that flicker just beyond reach. Art is everything, he mutters, the words tumbling from his lips like broken glass. It's the only thing that makes this chaos feel like it has meaning. But what if meaning is just a fragile illusion? What if art, so often hailed as a savior, is simply a reflection of our own decay? I can't shake the thought. I feel the world crumbling around us, the weight of history pressing down like a dark cloud, threatening to swallow us whole. Do you remember the stories? Harper's question pierces the silence, and I nod, though the memories are smeared with a sense of loss. I remember the old libraries, dimly lit and overflowing with volumes that felt alive, ancient tales etched in time and ink. I remember the thrill of finding a forgotten book, pages crisp and whispering secrets, a treasure hidden beneath layers of dust like the ghosts that haunt our hearts. But now, those stories feel like chains. I can feel them tightening around me, pulling me away from the light. It's all a cycle, Jonah says, his voice breaking through the fog. We're just echoes of those who came before. And in that moment, I see it all, the artists who bled for their craft, the writers who wrestled with their demons, the musicians who turned their sorrow into symphonies. But what have we created except a mirror reflecting our own despair? I shudder, the thought clawing at my insides. Maybe we're just ghosts ourselves, I whisper, my own voice shaking. Memories flood back, a chaotic montage of laughter and tears, dreams dashed against the rocks of reality. They say art is born from suffering, but what if the suffering is never truly released? What if we're just trapped in a cycle of pain, desperately seeking meaning in the chaos? Harper's gaze sharpens, and for a fleeting moment, I see a flicker of the girl she used to be, a fighter, fiercely alive. We can change it, she insists, a fire igniting behind her eyes. We can create something new. Her words hang in the air, both a challenge and a promise. But the night doesn't care for promises. It wraps around us, heavy and unyielding, the shadows closing in like a suffocating embrace. I glance down the alley, where the darkness sings a siren song, beckoning us closer.
Are we brave enough to answer?
I ask, though I already know the answer, no. But as Jonah pulls the crumpled paper from his pocket, fragments of verses barely clinging to life, I realize we're already in too deep. The words pour out of him like a river bursting its banks, raw and unfiltered, and I'm captivated by the way he weaves the chaos into something beautiful, something tragic. Art reflects life, he murmurs, lost in his own reverie, but what if it could change it? He's spilling his heart onto the pavement, and the world seems to hold its breath, waiting for something to break. And then it does. A scream shatters the night, piercing through the fog of our despair, and we freeze, hearts racing. Instinctively, we turn toward the source, drawn to the chaos like moths to a flame. The city has a way of swallowing hope, of turning dreams into nightmares. I feel the cold grip of fear clawing at my throat as we move closer, curiosity mingling with dread. Should we? I whisper, but the question dies in the air, swallowed by the night. We're already headed toward the sound, pulled by invisible strings. Maybe it's a sign, Harper says, and I can't tell if she believes it or if she's grasping at straws. But in that moment, I see the ghost of her ambition flicker to life, a desperate spark igniting in the dark. What do you do when faced with the abyss? Do you leap into the unknown, or do you retreat into the shadows? We're standing on the precipice, hearts racing, and all I can feel is the weight of every story ever told, the triumphs, the tragedies, the echoes of those who dared to dream. Whatever happens, we face it together, Jonah says, and his voice is steady, a tether amidst the chaos. In that moment, with tension crackling in the air, with shadows whispering and the night breathing down our necks, I realize we're already entwined in a narrative far greater than ourselves. It's a story of rebirth and despair, of art and the haunting echoes of the past. And as we step forward, leaving the warmth of the streetlight behind, I can't shake the feeling that we're on the brink of something monumental, something terrifying. The ghosts of history linger, waiting for us to carve our names into the tapestry of time. I remember the way the city felt alive, and as we move deeper into the darkness, I can almost hear it breathing again, waiting for the next stroke of art, the next haunting word, the next echo of a dream. The sky was bruised, a tempest brewing above a village where the air crackled with something unspeakable, something that whispered of terror and wonder. I stood at the edge of the woods, heart pounding like a war drum, as I watched the shadows dance beneath the gnarled branches. Time stalled, and every breath tasted like a promise laced with fear. The villagers spoke of winged creatures, harbingers of doom or angels of mercy, depending on the night, tales both chilling and intoxicating. I remember the first time I glimpsed her. Elara, with hair like raven wings and eyes that flickered like stars caught in a net of darkness. She stood beside me, trembling, though whether from fear or something deeper, I couldn't tell. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice a haunted melody, as if the wind carried the weight of 1,000 secrets. I felt the pull of her fear, palpable and raw, wrapping around me like a vine, squeezing tighter with each beat of my heart. We were on the brink of something monumental, a convergence of longing and despair. Elara had lost her brother to the skies, an unholy night when the winged beasts descended like a storm of blades. I had lost my own innocence, crushed beneath the weight of her sorrow, and now stood with her in the shadow of the trees, knowing that love, however flawed, however entwined with grief, could ignite a fire that no darkness could extinguish. "Do you believe in the myth?" I asked, though both of us knew the answer lay tangled in the deep recesses of our minds. The creatures, those fabled beings, were both curse and blessing, their wings a glimmer of hope or a shroud of despair. Elara's gaze pierced through me, a fissure of light in the gathering gloom. "I want to," she said, voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "But what if they return to take more?" As if in answer, a low growl reverberated through the woods, chilling my bones, and I could hear the echoes of ancient lore thrumming in the air. Winged creatures had always been a part of us, our fears taking flight, soaring into the very fabric of our existence. They were our heartbreaks, our dreams, our regrets, everything that made us human and yet so painfully other. The night wore on, each second a heartbeat of dread, each rustle of the leaves a reminder of the lurking shadows. I could feel Ilara's breath against my neck, warm and trembling, as we stood together at the precipice of a world so easily shattered. "What if they come for us?" she asked, voice barely more than a whisper, terror threading through her words. "I'll protect you," I vowed, though the promise felt thin, like a spider's web trembling in a tempest. "I promise." But even as I spoke, I knew the truth. The creatures didn't just come for the living, they came for the souls lost in the abyss of the past. They hungered for the pain we dared not confront, for the ghosts we kept locked behind our eyes. Time twisted, and shadows elongated, drawing us deeper into the wood. I could feel the presence of the creatures, felt them lurking just beyond the veil of darkness, watching, waiting. The air was electric, a taut string ready to snap, and then, a flurry of wings, the sound like thunder and silence intertwined. "Look!" Ilara gasped, pointing towards the sky where a silhouette breached the horizon, a dark harbinger against the roiling clouds. My heart leaped into my throat as I saw it, the massive wings unfurling like the sails of a ghost ship, gliding on currents unseen. It was both glorious and terrifying, beauty intertwined with the promise of doom. "I remember the stories," I murmured, lost in the moment, feeling the pull of memory like a tide. How they took the lost and made them whole again, and how they turned on the living, too. Ilara's grip on my arm tightened, anchoring me to the ground. "What if it's him?" she breathed, eyes wide and shimmering with unspent tears. "What if it's my brother?" The weight of her words crashed over me, the raw, searing pain of hope mingled with despair. I could see it on her face, the flicker of yearning, the deep, unending ache of familial love that thrummed in our veins like a heartbeat. And then, as if summoned by the very essence of her grief, the creature descended, darkness spiraling around its form, a nightmare birthed from the depths of our collective fears. It landed on a branch above us, feathers glinting like obsidian, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light that saw into the marrow of our souls. "Do you see it?" I whispered, unable to tear my gaze away. "Is it him?" "I can't tell," she replied, voice breaking as the creature turned its gaze upon us, a silent predator weighing our worth. "But I feel him. I feel him." The air thickened between us, electric with the weight of connection and uncertainty. I could hear the tide of her heartbeat, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the night. "If it is him, what will you do?" I asked, my voice trembling as the gravity of the moment pressed upon us. Would she reach for him, forsaking everything for a ghost clad in feathers? "I don't know," she cried, the desperation clawing at her throat, raw and aching. "What if he's not the same? What if he's lost?" In that moment, the truth unfurled like wings against the darkness, a revelation that echoed through the shadows. We weren't just fighting for her brother, we were wrestling with our own demons, with the pieces of ourselves we had buried deep beneath the surface. The creature hovered above us, a spectre draped in sorrow, a reminder that flight, however alluring, came at a cost. "Then what if we fly?" I suggested, my voice a mere breath against the howling winds, a flicker of hope igniting amidst despair. "What if we leave this place behind? What if we become like them?" The creature's gaze held us captive, and in that moment, time collapsed. The world blurred, and I felt the weight of endless stories pressing down upon me, the myth of flight now flooding our reality. Would we dare to embrace the darkness, to become the very fears that haunted us? The wind screamed, and in the heart of the storm, Ilara looked at me, her eyes alight with something fierce and beautiful. Together, she said, the word a vow, a promise of defiance against the abyss. And as the creature spread its wings, casting a shadow over us both, I knew we had reached the edge of something monumental, something that would either lift us to the heavens or cast us into the depths of our own making. In that breath, in that heartbeat, we became the very essence of flight, lost yet whole, terrified yet unyielding, standing on the precipice of a world where the myth was alive, and we were but two souls longing for the wings to break free. The clock ticked in the dimly lit room, each second dragging like a heavy shroud. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against my chest, suffocating, as if the very air was conspiring against me. It was a night drenched in foreboding, the kind of night that asks questions without answers, a night that screams for a reckoning. I was standing at the precipice of something vast and terrifying, where the line between the mundane and the divine blurred like the edges of a fading dream. My fingers trembled as I gripped the table, a crude wooden thing, scarred and stained, holding secrets of its own. Across the room, Sarah sat hunched over, her breathing ragged, a wounded bird desperate for flight. Her eyes, dark and haunted, darted around like trapped fireflies, flickering with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. She was so far gone, lost in her own turmoil, and yet she was the lifeline I couldn't afford to lose. I remember her voice, a whisper wrapped in despair. What if we're nothing more than ghosts in a world of echoes? The question hung between us, palpable and heavy, a spectre of doubt that settled in my bones. And there was Noah, standing in the corner, arms crossed, his silhouette carved against the flickering light. He was a fortress of frustration that buzzed in the air like the electric charge before a storm. I could see the conflict etched in the lines of his face, a battleground of mortality and divinity. "You think this is about us?" he spat, voice laced with bitterness. "It's bigger than that. You don't just get to choose what you believe." His words were sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife, and I felt the sting of his truth resonate in my chest. I remember the moments leading up to this, the whispers of fate threading through our lives like an intricate tapestry. The three of us, bound by a shared desperation, seeking meaning in a world that seemed devoid of it. We were dreamers and doubters, each grappling with our own demons, straddling the line between what was and what could be, between mortality and the divine. Why do we even exist? Sarah's voice trembled, breaking the silence like glass shattering against stone. I could feel her pain wrapping around me, tightening like a noose. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge, but I was teetering there myself, caught in the riptide of my own existential dread. "We're here, Sarah," I managed to say, though the words felt hollow, echoing in the vast emptiness. "We exist because we're meant to fight, to matter." Noah scoffed, the sound a gunshot in the dark. "Matter? There's no point to matter when the universe is just a vast void, laughing at us." The bitterness in his tone was a wound, festering and raw. I could sense the love he had for us, twisted with anger and fear, and it broke my heart to see him so lost. He wanted to believe, we all did. We craved purpose like a dying man craves water. I watched as Sarah's shoulders slumped, the weight of our reality pressing down upon her. But what if we're just nothing? Just stardust that forgot how to shine. Her voice cracked, the vulnerability cutting through the darkness like a fragile ray of light. I longed to comfort her, to tell her she wasn't alone, but the words stuck like thorns in my throat. "Then let's create our own light," I blurted out, the fervor rising within me like a flame igniting dry brush. "Let's be the fire that pushes back against the shadows." The moment hung there, charged with possibility, but the fear of failure loomed larger than any spark I could muster. It was a fragile hope, but one that flickered in the depths of our despair. There was a silence, thick and suffocating, before Noah spoke again, the anger in his voice replaced by something more somber. "You think it's that simple?" He looked at me, the weight of the universe in his gaze. "We've tried. We fought. And what did it get us? Heartbreak? Loss?" He looked away, teeth clenched, as if admitting any weakness would shatter him entirely. I could feel the tension crackling between us, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "It's not about winning or losing, Noah. It's about the fight," I said, my heart racing. "It's about believing we're worth it, even when it feels like we're nothing." It was then that I realized, in the depths of my soul, that the struggle itself was the essence of our humanity. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting the room in flickering shadows, and for a moment, I was swallowed by the darkness. I remembered a time when we laughed, when dreams didn't feel so far away, and the weight of existence didn't feel like a chain around our necks. I reached out, my hand trembling, yearning for connection, for solace. "We can't give up," I whispered, though the words felt fragile, like a paper boat in a raging river. In that moment, Sarah met my gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and something shifted. I could see the flicker of hope igniting in her heart, battling the shadows that had claimed her. It felt like a spark in the darkness, a fragile flame in the tempest. But Noah remained distant, a fortress of his own making, battling his inner demons while we grappled with our own. "You may choose to fight, but I can't," he said, his voice a choked whisper that clawed at my insides. "I'm tired of fighting." And there it was, the raw, unfiltered truth. In the battle between mortality and divinity, there lay despair so profound, it could swallow the brightest of souls. I felt the weight of his words, the enormity of his struggle pressing against my own heart. "Then let us carry you," I said, the desperation clawing at my throat. "We are stronger together. In this mess, we find our purpose." As the clock ticked on, the shadows continued to dance around us, a reminder of the eternal struggle that bound us together. Time felt slippery, like sand trickling through clenched fingers, reminding us that every moment was fleeting. And in this shared silence, our hearts beat in unison, a fragile melody rising against the cacophony of despair. Everything hung in the balance, the world outside fading into oblivion, as we stood on the edge of a realization that could either bind us together or tear us apart. The duality of man pulsed around us, tangling in a celestial dance of mortality and divinity, drawing us closer to what we feared most, confrontation. But somewhere in the darkness, there was also a flicker of light. And as the clock ticked on, I knew we had only just begun to fight. The clock struck midnight, an ominous thud reverberating through the air, slicing the silence like a knife. Outside, shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, their glow barely illuminating the chaos within. I stood there, heart pounding, as the world teetered on the precipice of something unthinkable. Sirens wailed in the distance, a chorus of impending doom that seemed to curl around my spine, tightening like a noose. Jessica was there, too. Her breath came in ragged gasps, eyes wide and darting, reflecting the neon chaos outside like a mirror. I could see the raw fear etched on her face, a desperate plea for clarity in a moment where clarity had long since abandoned us. She had always been the dreamer, the one who could see the world in vibrant colors while I navigated the grays. But now, her dreams felt like nightmares, and I could only watch as her spirit began to falter under the weight of consequences, her beautiful visions crumbling like ancient ruins beneath the relentless march of time. "Why did we think we could control this?" she hissed, the words barely escaping her lips, each syllable laced with regret. Her voice was a haunting melody of once vibrant hopes, now twisted into a lament. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that it would be okay, that we would somehow piece this chaos back together. But I couldn't find the words. I could only remember the moments that led us here, the reckless abandon with which we'd grasped at the stars, believing we could bend the universe to our will. And then there was Mark, standing at the window, his silhouette framed by the jagged glass, a statue of despair amidst the chaos. He was the architect of our grand designs, the one who had dared us to dream bigger, to reach higher. His ambition had once ignited a fire in us, a brilliant flame that had burned brightly through long nights and whispered promises. But ambition, like a wild beast left untamed, turned on its master, and we were left scorched, ash scattered in the merciless wind. "I thought we could change everything," he muttered, half to himself, half to the tempest outside. The weight of those words hung between us, a bridge built of shattered dreams and lost potential. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this nightmare of hubris, but my voice caught in my throat, heavy with unspoken grief. We had been so blinded by our desires, our cravings for greatness, that we hadn't seen the cracks forming beneath our feet until they split wide open and swallowed us whole. The atmosphere was electric, thick with tension, as if the very air was charged with our failures. Outside, the street was a cacophony of sirens, angry shouts, and the haunting echoes of what we once believed we could achieve. Chaos was our creation, and it had turned against us, a beast we had nurtured that now roared in fury. I could almost hear it laughing, a cruel cackle that reverberated through the darkness, a reminder that there are consequences for those who reach too far, who grasp at the threads of fate without understanding the tapestry they were weaving. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of our choices, reverberating through my mind like a drumbeat of doom. I remember the first time we had dared to dream beyond our wildest imaginations, our voices rising in unison as we spoke of greatness, of changing the world. But those dreams had turned into a fog, a haze that clouded our judgment and ensnared us in a web of our own making. Now, those same dreams felt like chains, dragging us down into an abyss we couldn't escape. Suddenly, a crash shattered the night. Glass rained down like shards of our broken aspirations, and in that moment, I felt time freeze, a haunting stillness before the storm. We exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between us, a moment of clarity amid the chaos. We were tangled in our hubris, caught in the web of our desires, and the world was paying the price. "Do you remember?" I whispered to Jessica, my voice trembling, "when we thought we could change everything with just an idea?" Her eyes shimmered with memories, reflections of laughter and late-night conversations that had once seemed so innocent, so untainted by the harsh reality that now surrounded us. "I remember," she replied, her voice a fragile thread stretched to its limit. "But we were so naive, weren't we? We thought we were invincible, that nothing could touch us." As the sirens drew closer, their haunting wail intertwining with our shared memories, I felt the crushing weight of inevitability settle upon my chest. We had reached for the stars, but instead, we had ignited a wildfire that consumed everything in its path. Outside, the chaos escalated, shouts mingled with the sound of footsteps pounding the pavement, a frantic rhythm that mirrored my racing heart. Shadows loomed larger, darker, stretching toward us like grasping hands. I could feel the walls around me closing in, a suffocating reminder of the cost of our ambition, of our relentless pursuit of greatness. Jessica's hand gripped mine, a lifeline in the storm. "What do we do?" she pleaded, desperation bleeding into her voice. The question hung heavy in the air, waiting for an answer that felt as elusive as the dreams we had chased. I had no answer, only the gnawing realization that we had built our own prison, and the door was locked tight. In that moment, I understood the true lesson of hubris, the chilling realization that our overreaching had not only cost us our dreams but had entwined us in a fate we could not escape. As the sound of chaos reached a fever pitch, I felt the world slide away beneath my feet, the beautiful tapestry we had woven unraveling thread by thread. And even as we stood on the brink of destruction, I couldn't help but wonder, would we ever learn? Or would we remain prisoners of our own ambition, forever haunted by the specter of what could have been? The world outside continued its wild dance, a symphony of pain and regret, and all we could do was brace ourselves for the storm to come, knowing that no conclusion awaited us, only the relentless tide of consequence. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a morning bell. Shadows danced wildly in the flickering light of a single street lamp, each movement a reminder of what was lost, and what was yet to be lost. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide with the weight of a decision hanging over my head like a sword ready to fall. I remember the crisp wind biting at my cheeks, the hollow sound of my breath mingling with the distant howls of the night. I was not alone. Near the alley's mouth, Meris stood, arms crossed and brow furrowed, a storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. Her dark hair whipped about her face, framing eyes that held stories of regret and longing. Just last week, we'd sat on the roof, staring at the stars, and now the universe seemed indifferent to our plight. "Do you believe in fate?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, as if the question itself might conjure the very forces I sought to understand. "Fate," she echoed, the word rolling off her tongue like a curse. "You mean the terrible luck that brought us here? The divine joke played on us by a god who's forgotten our names?" Her words struck me like a slap. I had always believed in something bigger, something guiding us through the chaos. But now, staring into her fierce gaze, I felt the cracks in that belief. It was hard to hold on to faith when life was unraveling at the seams. Then there was Elias, lurking in the shadows, torn between the desperation to save us and the burden of his own choices. A flicker of guilt flashed across his face. "We can still turn back," he said, voice trembling as if he were trying to convince himself. "We can change our fate." But could we? The stars seemed to laugh down at us, their cold light offering no answers, only mocking clarity. I felt the night bearing down, a heavy blanket of chaos woven from our decisions, our fears, our desires. Each choice echoed, ricocheting through the dark with consequences beyond our comprehension. "What if it's already decided?" Meris interjected, her voice trembling with the force of an earthquake.
What if every step we take is just a part of a script written long before we were born? Are we just marionettes dancing on strings?
The question hung in the air, taunting us. I remember feeling small, like a child lost in a vast, indifferent universe. But we have a choice, I insisted, desperate for the power to shape my own destiny. I chose to come here. We chose to be together. Together, she spat, fire in her words.
Is that what this is? A choice?
Or is it just another cruel twist of a fate that's always one step ahead of us? The tension crackled, a live wire igniting our fears. I could feel the ghosts of our past swirling around us, whispering doubts, hissing at our hopes. We were trapped in an invisible web, caught between the pull of our desires and the weight of our fates. Elias stepped forward, his voice a low murmur against the chaos. What if we let go, he proposed, eyes flickering between us. What if we surrendered to whatever it is that's pulling us this way? What if we embraced our fate instead of fighting it? The thought was both terrifying and liberating. I felt my heart race as I considered the possibility. Would we be free, or would we simply be lost? The moment stretched, time bending around us, suffocating and exhilarating all at once. I can't, Maris gasped, anguish spilling over like a broken dam. I can't just hand my life to some unseen force, some divine will that doesn't care whether I live or die. Her pain sliced through the night, raw and unyielding. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. I could feel the flicker of hope dying, snuffed out by the reality of our situation. But then, something shifted, a glimmer of resolve igniting within me. Maybe we don't have to surrender, I breathed, daring to believe. Maybe we can carve our own path even within the constraints of fate. Maybe it's not just a battle between us and the universe. Maybe it's about finding the balance. Maris looked at me, uncertainty etched into her features, and for a moment, the world paused. I saw the fear crumbling in her eyes, a flicker of understanding breaking through. Perhaps fate was not an enemy, perhaps it was a dance, a chaotic waltz between human agency and the cosmos, between dreams and reality. And as the clock continued to tick, its relentless march echoing the heartbeat of the universe, I knew we stood on the precipice of something monumental. The confrontation loomed, a clash of wills, of hearts, of destinies. It was not just our lives at stake, but the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to struggle, to hope. In that solitary moment under the watchful gaze of the moon, I grasped Maris's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against the cold reality of the night. Together, we might just rewrite the story, step into the light of our own choices, and dance, fearful yet defiant, against the silence of fate. And the shadows whispered, the city sighed, and time ticked on, relentless and unyielding, as we stood on the edge, our hearts entwined in a battle against the stars. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, the kind of air that clawed at your throat and whispered secrets of doom. Bellerophon stood atop the jagged cliffs, heart hammering like a war drum, the starlit sky a canvas smeared with the colors of his gathering fate. Below him lay the kingdom of Argos, a mere flicker in the dark, innocent and oblivious, unaware of the storm brewing in the heart of their once hero, a tempest of doubt, regret, and unspeakable horrors. I remember standing there, breathless, with my pulse racing, as if I could fuse my heartbeat with his. Was I a shadow or echo of his thoughts? I felt the weight of every choice he ever made. His heroic deeds paraded around the village like a grotesque carnival, but tonight, the laughter felt hollow. I watched as he clutched the reins of Pegasus, his once noble steed now a wild creature trembling under the burden of its master's unraveling sanity. Why do they all think I'm invincible? Bellerophon muttered, words dripping with venom and fragility. His voice cracked like the brittle wood of old hopes. Fear danced in his eyes, a flickering candle ready to snuff out in the unforgiving wind. He had slain the Chimera, a beast of his dreams turned to nightmares, but now he grappled with the more monstrous spectre of his own fading glory. I could see the ghosts of his past betrayals clawing at him, clawing at all of us, each one a reminder of the hero he was, yet the man he had become. And then there was Antia, his beloved, standing at the edge of the precipice, her silhouette sharp against the canvas of despair. Every fiber of her being was a taut bowstring, ready to snap. "Bellerophon, you're losing yourself," she pleaded, her her voice a soft melody warped by urgency. You're not just a weapon. You're not just a myth. But he couldn't see her, truly see her, not beyond the veil of his own torment. Bellerophon turned away, the shadow swallowing her words whole. Myth, he echoed, bitterness curling around the term like ivy on a crumbled wall. What is a hero but a story told by the victors? What is a man but a collection of scars? His hands trembled, a storm raging inside him, and for a heartbeat, I feared he might let go of everything. The sky roared, a cosmic reminder of the inevitability of time, spinning relentlessly like the wheels of fate. I could feel Antia's heartbeat echoing mine, a syncopated rhythm of desperation and love, laced with despair. She took a step closer, the precipice now a mere breath away. You are not your failures, Bellerophon. Don't let the myths consume you. But in that moment, what was she to him? A flickering candle or a blazing inferno? The wind howled, shrieking in protest as if it understood the fragility of their bond. Shadows lengthened, creeping in, twisting around them like fingers of fate, and I witnessed the pain digging deeper into Bellerophon's soul. He had conquered beasts, but how could he conquer himself? The pressure of his legacy weighed heavily, and with every tick of the clock in the village below, the air thickened with foreboding. I remember the first time they had laughed together beneath the stars, the warmth of youth bursting like fireworks against the backdrop of eternity. They were gods, untouchable, invincible. But now, what remained? A tapestry of memories stained with blood, the blood of enemies slain, but also the blood of innocence lost. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a metronome of despair. Do you remember the stories they tell? Bellerophon's voice trembled, breaking the silence with jagged edges. The hero who flies, who defies death. But those tales are just lies. I am not what they think. His vulnerability, raw and bleeding, hung in the air, a fragile thread that could snap with a single breath. I ached for him, the hero trapped within his own myth, lost in a labyrinth of glory that had turned venomous. Antia stepped forward again, a fierce determination igniting her spirit. Then let us rewrite the story. Together? The resolve in her voice sliced through the darkness, a glimmer of hope in the suffocating gloom. You still have the chance to choose who you are, Bellerophon. But the ocean roared beneath the cliffside, threatening to swallow them whole. The waves crashed like the trials he had faced, relentless and unforgiving. What if I am meant to be just this, he whispered, fear twisting in his gut, the words tumbling from his lips like stones. Just a shadow of my former self. And in that moment, I felt the enormity of his despair, the tides of the cosmos shifted. The weight of myths and expectations bore down upon him like chains forged in the fires of regret. I held my breath as I watched him, caught in the crosshairs of his own soul, teetering on the edge of self-destruction. The night cloaked them, two lost souls on the brink of annihilation, grasping at straws of love and redemption. I could feel the universe pressing in, the stars blinking above, waiting, for what? For a choice, for a moment of clarity, for the spark that could either ignite his salvation or plunge him into the abyss. Don't walk away, Bellerophon, Antia cried, desperation tinging her words with an edge of madness. The winds whipped around them, a cacophony of emotion spiraling into chaos, fear, hope, despair, love. You are more than a legend. You are my heart. And like a marionette severed from its strings, he stood still, a statue of anguish against the night, as if caught in an eternal moment that would define him forever. The shadows whispered secrets of the past, wrapping around him like a lover's embrace. He closed his eyes, the world fading into whispers, and I knew then, this moment would echo through time, its resonance a haunting melody. But would he step back into the light, or willingly embrace the darkness? Would he choose the agony of truth or the comfort of myth? The clock ticked on, relentless. The cosmos held its breath. And so did I. A scream pierced the stillness, shattered it like glass, and in that moment, time twisted and warped. I stood frozen, heart racing against my ribcage, as the shadows shifted and danced, whispering secrets I couldn't quite grasp. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as if the universe itself held its breath. It was a night like no other, a night when hope hovered just out of reach, like the wings of a stallion painted in the dreams of 1,000 souls. Rhea's blue eyes were wide, reflecting the chaos swirling around us. She was always the brave one, the one who dared to dream of flight. "We have to go, now," she urged, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the grip of a storm. I could see the desperation etched on her face, a canvas splattered with fear and determination, its colors clashing like thunder. My heart ached for her. But then there was Mara, my sister, her face pale as if drained of all color. "What if we fail?" she whispered, the doubt curling around her words like heavy fog. She was the anchor in our trio, the one who kept us grounded when the winds of ambition threatened to sweep us away. Yet, in that moment, her fear felt like a chain, binding us to the earth when all I wanted was to soar. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, those lazy afternoons spent with Rhea, lying in the grass, our dreams unfurling like the wings of a Pegasus, mythical and wild. We imagined ourselves soaring above the clouds, escaping the mundane, tasting the sweetness of freedom. But now, here we were, the ground trembling beneath us as the chaos of the world threatened to swallow us whole. "Listen," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, a frail offering against the cacophony. "We can't let fear stop us. Not now." My words felt like empty promises, echoes of what I wanted to believe. I looked at Rhea, her fiery spirit igniting a flicker of hope within me. "You want to fly, don't you?" I asked, knowing the answer before it left my lips. She nodded, the tears brimming in her eyes reflecting a sorrow deeper than the night sky. "But it's so dark," she admitted, her voice breaking. "What if we fall?" The question hung in the air, a specter. What if we fell? What if we soared? The dichotomy twisted inside me, a war waged between the fear of failure and the glory of flight. I thought of the stories, old as time, where the fearless rose to the heavens, defying the gods, chasing the dreams that mocked them from afar. The shadows closed in around us, a suffocating embrace. The echoes of distant laughter morphed into cries of anguish, the ghosts of dreams unfulfilled. I could almost hear them whispering, "Don't you dare look down." My pulse quickened, urgency clawing at my throat. "We have to make a choice," I urged them. "We either stay here, lost in the shadows, or we fight for our wings." A flicker of defiance sparked in Rhea's eyes, a flame that flared against the darkness. But Mara hesitated, her feet rooted to the ground, the weight of the world heavy on her shoulders. "Can we really do this?" she asked, the tremor in her voice slicing through the air like a knife. In that moment, I felt the cosmos shift, the stars aligning for a fleeting second. "We can't let the darkness define us," I said fiercely, my voice rising above the chaos. "We're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for every dream that's ever been crushed underfoot. We owe it to all the whispered hopes that never found their wings." The silence that followed was thick with tension, a taut string ready to snap. I could see them both, Rhea, on the brink of flight, and Mara, teetering on the edge of despair. "Please, just trust me," I implored, my heart pounding, each beat a drumroll of desperation. "Let's take that leap together." And just like that, the air shifted again, a gust of wind sweeping through the darkness, stirring forgotten memories. I could almost taste the freedom, bitter and sweet, on the tip of my tongue. I thought of Pegasus, the legendary creature born from blood and chaos, symbolizing the struggle for liberation. "We are our own wings," I breathed, the words wrapping around us like a protective cocoon. Rhea stepped forward, her determination igniting a fire within my chest. "I want to fly," she declared, and the universe seemed to conspire with her, the stars glinting in approval. I reached for Mara, desperation coursing through my veins. "Come with us," I begged, my heart laid bare. "We don't have to be afraid. We can face the darkness together." But then, the ground trembled beneath us, a deep rumble that echoed the turmoil within. Shadows writhed, and I felt the weight of despair crashing down, threatening to pull us back into its grasp. I could see the horror in Mara's eyes, the doubt that threatened to swallow her whole, but I refused to let go. "Fly!" I shouted, the word a battle cry, a call to arms against the encroaching night. "We are more than this." In that moment, Rhea took my hand, and I felt the warmth of her resolve coursing through me. Together, we turned to Mara, our hearts beating in unison. You can do this, I said, my voice a fragile thread weaving through the tumult. You are not alone. Trust us. And just like that, as the shadows loomed larger, we took a step forward, our hearts thundering like hooves against the earth, the promise of flight resting on the edge of a precipice. The ground dipped away, and for a heartbeat, a fragile moment stretched into eternity, where hope and fear collided, where the essence of flight and freedom flickered in the darkness, daring us to take that leap. Together, I whispered, and in that instant, we became the embodiment of Pegasus, ready to rise against the chaos, against the night, against everything that sought to keep us shackled. Reality blurred, and with every heartbeat, we edged closer to the brink. This was our moment, our fight, our defiance, an unwavering testament to the enduring spirit of flight and freedom. And as the shadows closed in, we would either rise or fall, but we would do it together. We would embrace the unknown, leaving behind the darkness that threatened to consume us, our wings unfurling against the vast canvas of the cosmos. The story was far from over, it was merely a pulse, an echo, a promise of what was yet to come. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the narrow, dimly lit alley. Shadows cling to the cobblestones like secrets too heavy to bear. Clara stands frozen, heart pounding, breath hitching in her throat, the weight of her dreams pressing down on her like 1,000 stones. She can almost taste the metallic tang of fear on her tongue, the world around her swirling in chaotic whispers. All she ever wanted was to dance on the grandest stages, to hear the applause that feels like a hug wrapping around her soul. But here she is, clutching a tattered flyer, the ink still fresh with promises that now feel like ghosts haunting her. Not like this, she murmurs to herself, her voice trembling, barely a whisper against the night. Not like this. Across the alley, Marcus watches, torn between admiration and desperation. He's the one who brought her here, who stoked the flames of her ambition with tales of a world filled with light, a world that now feels impossibly distant. He's been chasing his own dreams for years, always a step behind, always the one in the shadows. The weight of his own ambition hangs heavy around his neck, suffocating. The thought of Clara achieving what he couldn't gnaws at him like a ravenous beast. Clara, he calls out, his voice breaking through the silence, raw and aching. You have to believe you can do this. You're the best. Best, she scoffs, her eyes narrowing. What does that even mean? The best at failing. The wind howls through the alley, as if it carries the weight of their shared despair. Clara's eyes flicker with the flickering neon lights of the bar down the street, a beacon of dreams gone awry. She remembers the faces of performers who poured their souls onto the stage only to be met with silence, a hollow applause that echoed with the sadness of unrealized potential. Marcus, I can't, she cries, the words spilling from her like a flood. I can't be the one who fails again. Not when I've come so far. Marcus steps closer, the warmth of his presence wrapping around her like a thin veil against the chill. Failure is just a step, Clara. It's what you do with it that defines you. His words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of truth, yet suffocating in their application. Can failure really be a stepping stone? The doubt lingers like smoke in the air, blurring the line between reality and the dreams they clung to like lifelines. Just then, a loud crash reverberates from the bar, shattering the fragile moment between them. A figure stumbles out, a man cloaked in shadows and desperation, eyes wild, reflecting the madness of unfulfilled dreams. Clara gasps, her instincts flaring. There's a story here, a warning clinging to the edges of the night, and it sends shivers down her spine. Dreams can kill, the man slurs, his voice a raspy echo of longing, if you let them. He stumbles towards them, a broken man carried by the weight of his own ambitions. I had it all once, and then it slipped away. Just like that. He snaps his fingers, the sound cutting through the night like a knife. Clara's heart races. She looks at Marcus, their eyes locked in a shared understanding. This is the haunting truth, the shadow that looms over their dreams. Ambition can turn as quickly as the wind, and destiny? It's as unpredictable as a flickering flame. Don't listen to him, Clara. Marcus urges, a hint of panic threading through his voice. His dreams died, but yours don't have to. You can rise above this. But the man's words linger like a curse, echoing in Clara's mind. She feels the pull of her own ambitions, the dreams she's nurtured like fragile flowers. What if I fail? What if I crawl to the stage, only to collapse before the first note? Then you rise again. Marcus insists, his eyes burning with conviction. You don't become a star by never falling. You become a star by having the courage to stand up again. The alley falls silent, the tension thick enough to choke on. Clara feels the weight of their dreams pressing into her chest, the fear and excitement swirling like a tempest. She's teetering on the brink, the precipice of possibility stretching out before her, an abyss filled with uncertainty. Clara, Marcus whispers, reaching out to grasp her hand. It's a lifeline thrown in a stormy sea, a connection forged in the fire of dreams. You are destiny. You are meant to shine. The man's laugh cuts through the moment, cold and hollow. Shine? Or burn? There's a fine line between ambition and madness. You think you can control destiny? It controls you. Clara feels her breath hitch, the darkness creeping in, threatening to swallow her whole. She wants to scream, to run, to hide from the weight of expectation. But somewhere deep inside, a flicker of resolve ignites. Maybe destiny is a dance, a chaotic waltz where every misstep teaches you to rise stronger, to move with purpose. I remember, she whispers, as if summoning strength from the depths of her heart. I remember when I first stepped onto the stage, the way the lights felt like home. I remember the thrill of dancing to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The man stumbles back, his laughter replaced with a grimace. You think that's enough? The stage is a cruel mistress. Maybe, Clara says, her voice steadying. But I refuse to let fear dictate my destiny. I'll dance through the shadows if I have to. Marcus nods fiercely, his grip on her hand tightening. Together, we'll face whatever comes next. There's a shift in the air, a palpable tension that crackles with potential. The man backs away, the shadows swallowing him whole, a ghost slipping into the night. Clara takes a breath, the air heavy with possibility, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. I won't let this be the end, she declares, each word a dagger of resolve piercing the darkness. I won't let my dreams die. And in that moment, the alley shifts, the shadows morphing into something new, a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of their ambition. The night is alive, breathing with the promise of tomorrow. The clock continues to tick, but Clara feels a new rhythm echoing in her chest, the beat of dreams unfulfilled but not extinguished. Let's go, Marcus breathes, their shared determination lighting the way. And as they step into the night, the echoes of their ambition swirl like a storm, fierce and unyielding, propelling them forward into the vast unknown. The journey is not over, it has just begun, each heartbeat pulsing with the hope that dreams can ignite the darkest of nights. The clock strikes midnight, its echo slicing through the silence like a knife through flesh. I stand there, heart pounding, breath stilled. Shadows stretch across the cobblestones of the empty street, whispering secrets, revealing nothing. Each tick a reminder of time slipping, of dreams delayed, of destinies waiting to be fulfilled. I feel it, the weight of a world forgotten, a history so rich it breathes, yet so fragile it could crumble at my feet. This is where our tales converge, three souls tangled in the myth of Bellerophon, a hero and yet a tragic failure. Elena, fierce and haunting, stands across from me, her eyes like darkened skies threatening a storm. Her hands tremble, fingers brushing against the worn edges of an ancient text that holds Bellerophon's name in its yellowed pages. What if we're wrong, she breathes, voice barely above a whisper. What if he was never a hero? What if he was just a man trying to fly too close to the sun? I can see the shadows dancing in her gaze, the crippling doubt that gnaws at her insides. She's always been the dreamer, while I, the skeptic, the realist, drag her back to earth. But tonight, the air crackles with something electric, an unshakable tension as thick as the night itself. And there's Marcus, standing a few paces behind her, hands shoved deep into his pockets, his jaw clenched tight. His brow furrows as though he's trying to wrestle his thoughts into submission. You don't understand, he snaps, voice edged with frustration. He was a man, Elena. with all the flaws that come with being human. We're not gods, his voice trembles, breaking slightly as if he's revealing too much. We're not even close. But the truth is, Marcus feels the weight of Bellerophon too, his own burdens reflected in the hero's tragic descent. He wears the scars of his battles like badges, each one telling a story of failure, of hope, of heartache. I remember the first time I heard the myth, the thrill of the chase, the feel of wind in my hair as Bellerophon soared on Pegasus's back, the euphoric rush of conquering the impossible. The hero slayed the Chimera, a monster that echoed my own fears, my own demons. The world painted him as flawless, yet I see the cracks. I can't help but wonder, what happens when the hero falls? What happens when the light dims? Outside, the wind howls, carrying with it the distant sounds of a city that never sleeps. Streets alive with laughter, with the pulse of humanity. But here, in this moment, we are isolated, trapped in our reverie, our obsessions. And I can't shake the feeling that we are merely ghosts hovering above the pages of history, waiting for the ink to dry. Isn't it beautiful? Elena whispers, her gaze drifting to the night sky, a vast canvas speckled with stars shimmering like shards of broken dreams. To think that a man could touch the heavens, even for a moment. Her voice lifts, a fragile melody against the cacophony of our doubts. I want to believe her, but there's a darkness lurking behind her words. She sees the glory, but I see the cost. Beautiful. Marcus scoffs, a raw edge to his laughter. He plummeted back to earth, didn't he? Disgraced, shunned. A hero turned into a joke. You think that's beautiful? His bitterness is palpable, a well of emotions barely contained. I watch as his frustration morphs into something deeper, something more profound, a longing. A yearning to be more than just a flawed reflection of greatness. Elena's voice falters, but she pushes on, relentless. But what if we could change that narrative? What if we could embrace the flawed hero? Her words hang in the air, heavy with possibility. What if we could rewrite our own stories? But I know the truth. The truth that the night is filled with unsung tragedies. I want to tell her that every hero is just a reflection of our struggles, a reminder of our limitations. The darkness inside us all waiting to be unleashed. But do I dare? The silence is a living thing, wrapping around us, drawing us closer to the brink of revelation or despair. And then, the moment shifts, a crack in the fabric of our discussion, a shadow flits across the cobblestones, an omen of what's to come. I can feel it tightening around us, the grip of inevitability. Do you hear that? I whisper, the words barely a breath. Elena's eyes widen, and Marcus steps forward, alert. The shadows grow thicker, darker. It's just the wind, he dismisses, but I can see the unease creeping into his features. He's lying, just like the stories we tell ourselves, about heroes, about glory. But the air pulses with intensity, each moment stretching into eternity. I can feel my heart thrumming, a drumbeat against the stillness. What if Bellerophon is more than just a myth? What if he's alive in us, in our failures, our fears? The thought spirals in my mind, a whirlpool of questions, each more haunting than the last. Maybe we're more like him than we care to admit, I finally say, an admission that sends a shiver running down my spine. Maybe we all have our Chimera, our battles. Suddenly, the night erupts with sound, crows scatter from the trees, a rush of wings like the beating of 1,000 hearts, and I gasp, clutching my chest. It's as if the universe is shaking us awake, forcing us to confront the truth hidden within the myth. Then Elena steps closer, her breath warm against the cold air. Let's embrace it. Let's soar together, no matter the fall. Her eyes spark with defiance, but there's a flicker of fear, a longing to be free from the weight of history. And I wonder, as I stand between them, caught in the chaos of our shared obsessions, if Bellerophon was never meant to be a hero at all. What if he was just a reflection of who we are? Just three souls, each battling our own Chimera, reaching for the stars, knowing all too well that the fall is inevitable. Time creeps forward, relentless, as we stand on the precipice of understanding, the energy between us palpable. The city hums in the distance, a reminder that life continues beyond this moment. Our fates intertwined, The shadows beckon us closer, and I realize with a jolt that the night is far from over. The echoes of Bellerophon are far from silenced. What lies ahead is a confrontation not just with our fears, but with the very essence of who we are. And as we face that abyss together, the lines between hero and villain blur, and the myth becomes our reality. The clock keeps ticking, but in this moment, time feels irrelevant, lost in the depths of our souls. The clock struck midnight, a single chime that sliced through the darkness like a knife through flesh. A cold sweat clung to Bellerophon's brow, the weight of dread pressing against his chest like a stone. He stood on the precipice of a decision, his breath shallow, each inhale steeped in the metallic tang of fear. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets of wars fought and lost, love gained and shattered. Tonight, the air crackled with electricity, the kind that heralds storms, the kind that promises chaos. Do you understand what you've done? The voice was sharp, slicing through the silence. It belonged to Phaedra, her eyes blazing, a tempest wrapped in silk. She was fury and grace, a woman scorned but still fierce, raw emotion radiating from her like heat from a raging fire. Her trembling hands belied her calm exterior, fingers curling and uncurling, as if trying to grasp the very threads of fate that had woven their stories together. Phaedra, please, Bellerophon's voice faltered, the weight of his confession hanging heavy between them. He was not the hero of this tale, no, he was a man tangled in the very web he had spun. I thought I was saving you. He felt the pulse of his heart, each beat a reminder of his own failings, a drumroll leading to inevitable catastrophe. Saving me? Her laughter rang like shattered glass, harsh and beautiful, slicing through the air. You think yourself a savior when you've only tied shackles around my wrists. Her gaze bore into him, a storm of rage and betrayal swirling in the depths of her soul. In that moment, they were two celestial bodies caught in each other's gravity, orbiting chaos. The world beyond was a cacophony, the distant cries of revelry echoing through the night. People danced, oblivious to the turmoil brewing between these two. They would never know the truth, never feel the weight of choice. Bells rang and laughter echoed like a haunting refrain, a stark contrast to the silence that enveloped Bellerophon and Phaedra. I remember the first time we met, he said, voice cracking like fragile porcelain. You were standing there, illuminated by the moonlight, a goddess among mortals. He paused, swallowed hard, the memory a bittersweet ache. You laughed. It was the first time I felt alive. Phaedra's expression softened momentarily, but the shadows crept back, dark claws pulling her emotions from the light. And now I am a prisoner in your fantasy, she whispered, her vulnerability cutting deeper than any sword. Was it worth it? Was it worth the pain, the blood on your hands? The burden of his regret settled around him like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. The truth was a beast he could neither tame nor escape. He had wanted to be something greater, to transcend the ordinary. Instead, he had forged his own chains. Every lie he'd told, every promise he'd broken, echoed in his mind, a cacophony of haunting reminders. Bellerophon, her voice trembled, raw with emotion. You wanted to be a hero, but in your quest, you've become a villain. A monster lurking in the shadows. The accusation hung heavy, each word a dagger thrusting deep into his heart. The cosmos around them seemed to erupt in turmoil, stars flickering in and out of existence, mirroring his despair. He was lost in the vastness of it all, floating yet trapped, a mere speck in a universe that cared little for human folly. Time stretched and warped, seconds becoming hours as he grappled with his inner demons, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that had led him here. I tried to save you, he pleaded, desperation tinging his voice. I thought I could change things. But the truth lay bare between them, a chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. He was tangled in the very web he had spun, each strand a reflection of his deepest fears, of failure, of loss, of becoming what he had fought against. What you've done cannot be undone, Phaedra said, her resolve hardening like steel. But I can't let you be the architect of my fate any longer. Bellerophon felt the ground shift beneath him, the earth trembling in response to her words. It was as if the universe had conspired against him, the very fabric of reality unraveling like an old tapestry. He reached for her, fingers brushing against her wrist, a fleeting connection, a desperate grasp at a thread that threatened to slip away. "Don't leave me," he whispered, the plea escaping his lips like a prayer. "I'm not the man I was. I can change." But Phaedra stepped back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within. "Change is a lie, Bellerophon. We are who we are, and you," she gestured to him, to the darkness swirling around them, "you're a reflection of your choices. I cannot fight this battle with you." As she turned away, the enormity of the moment crashed over him like a tidal wave. The distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm filled with the ghosts of their shared past, memories flickering like dying stars, bright but fading. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the night, an ominous sound that sent shivers down his spine. The world felt off-kilter, the edges of reality blurring as shadows stretched and twisted. In that instant, Bellerophon understood the battle was not just external. It raged within, a tempest of guilt, fear, and longing. "Phaedra," he cried, but the words echoed back, hollow and empty. The city was alive with the chaos of revelry, yet here he stood, lost in a storm that threatened to consume him. As the darkness closed in, the finality of his choices loomed like a specter, and Bellerophon realized he was both the hero and the villain of his own story, a jigsaw puzzle missing pieces, forever incomplete. The night stretched on, an endless cycle of heartbeats, breaths, and shadows, and he was caught in the loop of it all, spiraling further into chaos. Time paused, the air thick with anticipation, and he stood there on the edge of everything, a prisoner of his own making, teetering between redemption and despair. The only certainty was the darkness, an ever-present reminder that the past could never be rewritten, only lived with. And as the night deepened, the haunting question lingered: would he find a way to break free, or remain forever lost in the complexity of his choices? The clock ticks, its rhythmic pulse echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness of the room. Shadows stretch across the walls, slinking into corners that seem to hold whispered secrets. A man stands alone, clenched fists trembling at his sides, his breath shallow and quick, each exhale laced with the metallic taste of dread. The silence is thick, suffocating, as if it knows the weight of what's coming. He glances at the door, heart hammering against his ribcage like a prisoner desperate for freedom. "I remember the last time I saw him," he murmurs, voice cracking. "It was raining, always raining. The sky wept for the world, but I couldn't see it. I was too busy staring into the abyss of my own regrets." His name is Thomas, a name heavy with expectation, a name that echoes in the annals of a history weighed down by ghosts. Each moment stretches, like the shadows, unyielding. He wonders if they, too, remember. Why do we still tell his story? He asks the empty room, as if expecting an answer from the dust motes dancing in the slanting light. Why does it haunt us? Why do we carry this burden like a badge of honor? His mind flickers back, a kaleidoscope of memories swirling through his consciousness, each one sharp and visceral. The faces of those who loved him, their laughter, their tears, haunt him still. Then there's Sarah, her eyes a tempest of emotion, turbulent and wild. She paces in the corner, agitated, her hands gripping her hair as if trying to anchor herself in the storm of her thoughts. "It's all a lie," she whispers, fierce and desperate. We hold on to these stories like they'll save us. But they're just tales. Just shadows. Yet, she can't dismiss the truth that lingers beneath her skepticism. She remembers the warmth of his laughter, the way it exploded in a room like fireworks, cracking through the dullness of everyday life. But that warmth turned cold. How could a memory transform so easily into a ghost, haunting her every step, taunting her with what was lost? "I remember," she whispers, her voice breaking. "I remember how he used to say, life is a stage, and we're all just players. But what happens when the curtain falls, and you're left standing in the dark?" The air grows heavier, thick with unspoken words that hang like a noose. Thomas shifts, feeling the weight of her gaze, their shared loss binding them together like an unbreakable thread. "What do we do?" he asks, his voice trembling. "Do we just forget?" "No." She spins around, eyes fierce, defiance igniting the fire within her. "We can't forget. We owe him that much. We owe him everything. But what does that mean? The question hangs in the air, a spectre they cannot touch, cannot grasp. Outside, the world is indifferent, the city pulsating with life, unaware of the storm brewing inside these four walls. Cars honk, people hurry by, their lives a blur of color and sound. The cynic in Thomas scoffs at the irony. They rush, but to what end? All those little moments, trivial, mundane, do they even matter when faced with the abyss? I wish, he starts, his thoughts trailing off as he looks out the window, watching the rain streak down the glass, blurring the world outside. I wish I could go back. Just for one moment. To tell him what? That he was loved? That they still needed him? The words stick in his throat like shards of glass, painful and sharp. I see him in my dreams, Sarah admits, her voice trembling. He's always smiling, but it's a sad smile. Like he knows something I don't. Like he's trapped in a cage of his own making. The truth is, they both feel it, their hearts tethered to a past they cannot escape. Time is a cruel mistress, twisting and curling, teasing them with moments of clarity before plunging them back into confusion. I remember the day it all changed, Thomas says, his voice low, almost a whisper, like the ghost of a confession. The moment he walked out and the world tilted on its axis. I thought he'd come back. I believed it. With every word, he gasps and struggles against the tide of memory, the bleakness of it clawing at him. But he didn't come back. He vanished. They stand together in the dim light, two souls entangled in the web of loss, a fragile connection forged by grief. The world outside continues to pulse, a rhythm they can no longer feel. The city's lights twinkle like stars against the night sky, a cosmos indifferent to their pain, yet somehow a reminder that they are still here, still alive. I can't let him fade, Sarah whispers, and the rawness of her voice cuts through the darkness. He deserves more than that. We deserve more than that. And so, they stand, bound by the weight of memories and the unyielding ache of their shared loss. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the inevitable passage of time, a relentless march forward. But here, in this moment, they cling to the past, to the legacy of a life that once burned brightly. Why do we still tell his story? Thomas asks again, the echo of his question hanging in the air between them. Because we have to, Sarah replies, fierce determination igniting her voice. Because love doesn't die. It lingers, like a shadow in the night. We tell his story so he lives on in us. So we don't forget. And as the shadows stretch and the city pulses with life, they feel the presence of the past wrap around them, a cloak of memories, a binding force that refuses to let go. The legacy endures, rooted deep in their souls, a haunting melody that refuses to fade. Outside, the world continues to turn, unaware of the storm brewing in their hearts, of the tale they must tell, the love they must remember. The sun hung low over the horizon, a blazing ember fading into the grip of night, casting long shadows that swallowed the crumbling ruins of Corinth. The air crackled with an electric tension, the scent of dust and desperation thickening the atmosphere like the gathering storm clouds above. A wild heartbeat echoed in the silence, a relentless drum that pushed Bellerophon forward, each step heavy with the weight of his unfulfilled dreams. He could feel the pulsing rhythm of the world around him, a symphony of aspirations and failures, and at the center of it all was the beast, the winged stallion, Pegasus, who was both salvation and curse. I remember the way the moonlight danced on Pegasus's silver wings, shimmering like the hopes I couldn't grasp. I remember the way he looked at me, eyes like deep pools of wisdom and madness, reflecting the tumult within my own soul. In that moment, my heart tore in two, one part yearning for greatness, the other tethered to the ground, fear gnawing at my insides. Fly, they said. Rise above. But how could I soar when the weight of my failures clung to me like a shroud? Pegasus neighs, a sound that reverberates through the night air, sharp and haunting. It slices through my turmoil. He's restless, aware of the shadows lurking just beyond the twilight. I feel a shiver run down my spine, a whisper of the unknown, the unthinkable. What if I never took flight? What if I remained forever bound to this earth, destined to be nothing more than a footnote in the annals of time, a cautionary tale whispered by those who dared to dream? The thought sends a chill through my bones. I stagger, grappling with the gravity of my choices. And there's Argia, my sister, her spirit aflame flickering in the wind. I see her silhouette against the backdrop of the dying light, standing firm despite the chaos swirling around us. She was my anchor, my confidant, but the burden of my aspirations weighed heavily on her heart too. I remember the nights we spent together, sharing secrets under the stars, where dreams felt tangible, where we could almost touch the sky. "You have to fly, Bellerophon," she had whispered, her voice a blend of encouragement and desperation, as if the very act of my soaring could redeem us both. But tonight, under the oppressive gaze of the darkening sky, I could feel her doubts creeping in like a thief. I could sense her fear as she watched me prepare for what felt like a final act of defiance against fate. "Promise me you won't let it consume you," she said, her eyes wide with the kind of love that pierces through armor, raw and unrelenting. I wanted to shout that I would defy the odds, that I would be the hero she believed I could be, but the truth clawed at me. "I remember," I whispered, choking on the memories. "I remember when we believed we could conquer the world." But belief is a fickle thing, always wavering, and in this moment, I felt it slipping through my fingers like sand. And then it came, the moment of reckoning. A gust of wind howled through the ruins as I approached Pegasus, the beast thrashing against the bonds of the earth, yearning for the freedom I sought. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to an unknown destiny. I reached out, fingers trembling as I brushed the silken feathers of his wings. The connection sparked, a jolt of energy that sent shivers through my skin, igniting a fire deep within my soul. But the price of such intimacy was steep. The darkness whispered a failure of the unworthy. "Are you ready?" Argia's voice broke through my reverie, laden with both trepidation and hope. I could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, reflecting the fragile bond between us, one that could unravel with a single misstep. "You have to be," she urged, "for both of us." The gravity of her words anchored me in that moment, the weight of expectation pressing down like a heavy mantle. I stared into the abyss of the night sky, a canvas that felt impossibly vast, and yet I could see the stars twinkling, each one a dream waiting to be realized, a reminder of the aspirations that had burned within me since childhood. But they were also ghosts, shimmering illusions that could vanish with the dawn. Each star whispered doubts, each one a flicker of what I might lose if I dared to ascend. Pegasus turned his head, and for a fleeting second, I glimpsed understanding in his eyes, a shared yearning, a bond forged in the fires of struggle. "Let's make this count," I breathed, and as if in response, he spread his wings wide, the powerful muscles rippling beneath his coat, ready to take flight. In that heartbeat, the world around us faded, leaving only the two of us, bound by a singular purpose. But just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, a reminder of the forces that sought to bring us down. The shadows stirred, dark shapes emerging from the gloom, envy and malice swirling like a tempest. They were specters of doubt, clawing at my resolve, tearing at the very fabric of my aspiration. I felt the icy grip of fear around my heart, squeezing tighter, threatening to crush the light within me. "Go!" Argia screamed, her voice cutting through the chaos, a lifeline in a storm of despair. "Don't look back!" And in that moment, I understood the weight of my choice. Every aspiration, every dream, came with its own shadows. The price of greatness was steep, and the risk of falling was immeasurable. But just as I felt hope faltering, I looked into the eyes of Pegasus, and it ignited a blaze within me. I remember the pulse of the universe, the echo of dreams waiting to take flight. Time stretched and warped, spiraling into the cosmos as I climbed onto the back of the beast. The ground fell away beneath us, and we launched into the embrace of the night, leaving behind the shadows and the specters that haunted us. As we ascended into the unknown, I felt the weight lessen, the chains of expectation breaking, the sweet taste of liberation mingling with the fear of what lay ahead. I was alive, I was free, and the eternal dream loomed before us, shimmering like the stars, a promise of what we could become, a whisper of hope that echoed through the universe, binding us across the infinite expanse of our aspirations.